go over the pattern, maybe give you some highlights of what you might be able to expect today. You can please head down to the last pair, 49 and 50, and we'll have a little 5 or 10 minute chat before we get you going. We'll get some announcements after that. We're a couple of minutes behind today just because of the turnout. It's been a great turnout. We're looking forward to a good day. So anybody interested, you can come down to 49 and 50. Thanks.
Okay, everybody, welcome. We're live here, REVS Rose Bowl, Windsor, Ontario, for the YBTs. We are running a little bit behind. Looks like Chris is just down there. He's having a quick bowler meeting, going over the pattern for some of the bowlers, quite a few of them actually, that just want to learn a little more about the pattern. I think Chris might be explaining it, giving maybe some tips and all that. Once that is done, he should be done within a few minutes. And then we will have, I believe, a few short announcements, possibly some awards, and then practice will be underway. So there's going to be 4 games of qualifying coming up shortly. So just stay tuned. Give us about, I want to say about 10 minutes or so, probably another 5 minutes, and we'll start the awards and announcements, and then we'll be underway practice. So thanks for tuning in early. We're running a few minutes behind, and practice will be underway shortly.
We'll get there, and I'll explain. There's a longer history to that, but no, are you crazy?
All right, YBT bowlers, welcome. Welcome to event number 3 of the YBT season here at REVS Rose Bowl. Our thanks to Jeremy and the staff here at REVS for hosting us today. At this time, I need your attention to go over some of these announcements. It prevents us from having to answer the same questions over and over again. Number 1, outside food and drink is not allowed in the bowling center. Make sure you go to the service areas in order to get your food and drink. A reminder that 4 YBT regular season events are required to qualify for the Gus Vidali Invitational to be held in April. YBT would like to thank JKL Consulting Services and Kennedy Bowl for sponsoring our new Bowler Bring a Bowler promotion. The promotion is now closed and we maxed out at 30 new bowlers, so thanks very much. New bowlers who registered through the promotion can still attend, thank you, can still attend their second event at 50% off and current bowlers can still claim their referral discount if it has not been used. Our next event is going to be at Kennedy Bowl in Scarborough, and that'll be December 6th. Other tournaments coming up at the end of the month, right here at REVS Rose Bowl in Windsor. The Ontario Singles Championship, Sunday, November 30th at 1 o'clock here. And you can see your tournament director and each of your youth programs to be able to sign up for that one. And then, unbelievable as it sounds, we are nearing the time for the Southern Ontario qualifier, previously known as the Ivan Nelson Memorial. That is going to be held January 18th, Sunday, January 18th in Mississauga Classic Bowl. That's where we choose the 4 boys and 4 girls who represent Southern Ontario in the Canadian Youth Championships in 2026 to be held in Calgary, Alberta. Live stream. Today we are having a live stream of this event, and we'd like to thank Strike On Bowling. Today's event will be live streamed on YouTube. You will find the link on the YBT Facebook page and the group website. All of the new YBT RIF jerseys are ready to order just in time for Christmas group shipping to the next YBT. So if you're interested in getting some of those YBT RIF jerseys, we're going to need you to put your orders in so that we can get group shipping, save you the shipping charges. That is a big deal. So in order to do that, you have to place your order by November 15th. So November 15th for the RIF jerseys in order to be included in that group shipping. Orders included in the shipping order will not be charged any additional shipping. Can't stress that enough. Merry Christmas from YBT Rift Apparel and boofabowling.com. For more information, you can check out the flyers posted and scan the QR code. Nice and easy for you techie types. The Boofa Ball certificate draw. Once again, as we do at every tournament, we're going to have the draw to win a certificate for the ball of your choice from boofabowling.com. We'll be selling tickets for that, as well as our 50-50 draw. Thanks to our sponsors, boofabowling.com, Rift Apparel, JKL Consulting Services, and Kennedy Bowl. Bowlers, the instructions for the score sheets are going to be placed on the tables. Please read and follow them. Each bowler should look at their scores clearly and print on the score sheets after each of the 4 games. All sheets for your pair should be returned to the registration desk behind lanes 47 and 48. Please do not leave the center until the match play has been announced. Each time, it seems almost every time, we have one bowler who misses out on match play because they didn't think they qualified and didn't stick around to see. You never know. If you have a new bowler on your lanes, and we have plenty of them out there today, please make them feel welcome and show them how we complete and check their score sheets. A reminder to bowlers that all CTF rules are in effect, and that as being a youth tournament, alcohol is not allowed behind the tournament lanes and may only be consumed in the bar area by adults. Bowlers are not allowed to smoke or vape or any of that nonsense at any point in time during the tournament. The use of powder on your shoes, once again, strictly verboten, and the policy for ball cleaning is posted with the standing sheets. So review that one, and if you need any assistance on that, you can always talk to one of the judges of play. And today your judges of play are a local celebrity and 4-time Masters Senior Bowler of the Year, Mike Snow, along with our other celebrity, our regular celebrity, Andy Manisterski. So with that, and on lanes, we're going to move to the awards from the last event. We're going to hand those out on lanes 35. And Andy will be taking care of that. So our scholarship payouts in each division this year, first place is $125, second place is $100, third is $75. We'll be giving out those awards today. Fourth to sixth is $50, seventh to ninth is $25, and high game and high series awards as well. Bowlers who qualified or finished 4th to 9th should have received an email with their scholarship papers. So, starting off in the C Division, last tournament, the high game in the C Division with a score of 224, Carter Stork. single game, high series in the C division. Last tournament was Colton White, 757. All right, no Colton. All right, then third place in the C division last tournament was Alex Skelton. Second place in the C division was Andrew Antoine. And finishing first in the C division was Colton White. All right, moving on to the B division. High game with a 265, Keegan Grinley. And the high series at 799 was Carmelo Eagley. Finishing third in the B division last tournament was Cohen Flash. And then finishing second as well was Carmelo Eagley. And then first place finisher in the B division last time was Alex Bizier. Moving on to the A division. Our third place finisher last tournament was Rowan Squire. Our second place finisher was Braden Dole. And then our first place finisher, who was also high game with 237, high series with an 811, Ben Ashman. All right, congratulations everyone. Bowlers will move one pair of lanes to the right after each game. Bowlers on 29 and 30, you are going to flip back down to 15 and 16. Bowlers on 47, 48, you will move to 31 and 32. We don't have the cuts today, they will be posted shortly. Your lanes are now going on for practice, followed immediately by scoring. Good luck guys, bowl well, and please, please, make your spares.
There you go.
Okay, everybody, welcome. You just heard those announcements. That was Chris. He was announcing the scholarship winners from the previous event. Getting a little camera time on here. Took a couple pictures for the website. Congratulations to all of them. So if you are just tuning in, we're live here at REVS Rose Bowl, Windsor, Ontario, Canada, for the YBT Youth Bowling Tour here, REVS Rose Bowl. So looks like we've got about 70-ish entries, I think, which is on par with their typical tournaments. We'll have to confirm that once things get settled. I'll talk to Chris, maybe even have him come on here on the live stream and chat about the history and all that. So if you aren't here, you're watching, you want to chat, see somebody in there saying Carmelo is the GOAT. So I already got some cheering. If you're cheering for everybody, let me know who you're cheering for. Try and get you some updates. I'm from Windsor, so this is my home center. There are a lot of bowlers that I do not recognize. Some have their names on their shirts, which make it a lot easier. Some don't. So I apologize in advance if I don't know who everybody is. I do know quite a few, so we'll see. We've got 3 lane cameras set up. We'll be cycling through those. We've got one here on 35 to 38. We've got another one down on, I believe, 43 to 46, and another one on 21 to 24, I believe. So we'll be cycling through those, try and get everybody on camera. They switch, move to the right after every game. So we should be seeing everybody on camera a little bit. Once we get to the cut, we'll be moving the cameras around for the step ladder finals and all that to catch all the action. So thank everybody for tuning in. So 4 games of qualifying. I just wanted to bring up here, so with this YBT, this is not a house shot they're bowling on. It is a scratch tournament with 3 divisions, and they bowl on challenge patterns. They're not super hard patterns. They're a medium difficulty, but for youth, you know, it is a challenging shot on there. So the pattern that they're bowling on today is the Kegel Middle Road version 2, 39 feet, 24 mils of oil, ratio 5.25 to 1. So that's a medium ratio. A typical house shot is probably more like a 10 to 1, 12 to 1 ratio, and that's the oil in the middle to the outside. So with a 5.25 to 1 ratio, the pattern's a little flatter. You have to be a little more accurate. There's not as much forgiveness, and that's the point of this tour. Challenge patterns, give these youth a challenge, let them showcase their skills. And I'm sure we're in for a lot of excitement. And just switch down camera. So yeah, 43 to 46. Like I said, if you're in that chat, let me know who you're rooting for. We'll try and get them on camera. Let me know who. So I'm going to be popping in and out of here during that. There'll be a little more conversation during the cut. We'll go there. Also have to apologize. That one on 43, it cuts off. There's a sign hanging down. It cuts off a little bit of the score there. Once you get into the 8th and 9th frame, you'll be able to see it, but we'll do all that. Yep, got someone rooting for Carmelo there in the chat. So yeah, so it's 3 groups. What they do is they take the averages and they split them into 3 different groups or divisions. So if you have 75 bowlers, they'll put 25 bowlers in each division based on their average. So if you have someone that's on a bubble average, they could be in the B group, they could be in the A group. It all depends. Yeah, here from my grandsons, Keegan and Braden. Brindley, thanks for tuning in. And that's one thing why we like doing these live streams. As friends, family, they get to watch when they normally wouldn't be able to make it to the bowling alley. Being here in my home center, REVS Rose Bowl in Windsor, there are a lot of bowlers from out of town. If you want to call it the GTA areas, Toronto, Hamilton, I know Kennedy bowls in Scarborough. So lots of bowlers from all over Southern Ontario coming to compete down here. Well, I do mention Kennedy Bowl. We'll give a shout out to the sponsors, as you did hear Chris during the announcement. Hoofa Bowling Distribution, Rift Apparel, JKL Consulting Services, and Kennedy Bowl. It was a great thing. I was doing some reading up there on what JKL and Kennedy Bowl was doing, that they provided some funds for new bowlers to come and experience the tournament or bring a friend. And it sounds like they exhausted those funds pretty quick, so it sounds like a great promotion. So thanks goes out to JKL Consulting Services and Kennedy Bowl for supporting youth bowling, getting more bowlers out here into competitive bowling tournaments, helping grow the sport. So there's still a few more minutes of practicing here. I'm going to step away. I'll be back in a few minutes once we get underway.
Second and third.
Okay, so we're just wrapping up practice here. About 10 minutes of practice. We're about to start game 1 of game 4 here. We're live here at REVS Rose Bowl, Windsor, Ontario, Canada for the YBT's Youth Bowling Tour stop. Scratch tournament here, Southern Ontario. So we've got bowlers from all over Southern Ontario, local bowlers out of town up as far as into the GTA Toronto area come down. I see some names that I'm familiar with from out of town. And lots of local bowlers here. I think we're about 70 entries. If Chris walks by again, I'll confirm with him on that. Now, before we start there, I'm just going to bring up the pattern again really quick so you can see what they're bowling on. So they're bowling on Kegel's Middle Road version 2, 39 feet, 24 mil oil, 5.25 to 1 challenge pattern. So I'm not sure about the scores, how we're going to see. In my experience, this being my home center, patterns typically play a little harder than they do look on paper. There's lots of friction here. It tends to hook early. So there's a little bit of a shorter pattern. Might be a challenge for some. We'll have to wait and see. But we're getting underway here. So if you are just tuning in, we've got 3 cameras. We've got a camera here on, we'll start on 43 to 46. We've got another one directly in front of me, 35 to 38, and then we've got another one on 21 to 24. With the 3 groups in the lane skip, we should be seeing everybody on camera. I'm going to rotate through them every couple minutes, and we'll see once we get done qualifying, have a short break for the advance round. We'll be moving the cameras around to try and catch all the action. And definitely we have a camera on each step ladder final to catch all the finals. So that's good. So I know there's already people active in the chat. So if you're in there, let me know who you're rooting for, who you're watching. I don't believe they have any scores online. So I haven't set up a screen share here. If they do post it in the Facebook group or something, I'll try and link to that and post it in the chat so you can see after every game where people are. If not, I'll try and get updates. It is a little difficult when you've got 70 or 75 kids and you're trying to track scores, but we'll do our best and all that. So I thank you for tuning in. Again, live here at REVS Rose Bowl for the YBTs. Shout out to the sponsors that support the YBTs and Youth Bowling, Proof of Bowling Distribution, Rift Apparel, JKL Consulting Services, and Kennedy Bowl. Thank you all for supporting the YBT and everything you do. My name is Jeff Kovac. I'm sponsoring the stream here, as you can see, Pinnacle Plus Realty. So if you're looking for any real estate needs here in the Windsor, Essex County area, give me a call. I'd love to support bowlers and their families. So I believe this is event number 3 for the year. I believe he said December 6th. Let me bring this up here. Bring up their schedule here. So we're live here at REVS Rose Bowl, December 6th at Kennedy Bowl in Scarborough, January 3rd at Skyway in Hamilton, February 7th, Frederick Lanes in Kitchener, March 8th, Cataract Bowl in Niagara Falls, and April 11th, the Gus Badali Invitational. So the YBTs here, they've got a long-standing history. I believe it's been going for approximately 35 years. Youth competitive bowling. It's good to see all the youth out here advancing in the sport. We're going to see all kinds of different styles. If you follow bowling at all, you watch bowling, you follow your family, you're going to see lots of new two-handed styles and traditional one-handed. The game has changed and evolved over the last little bit. And there's definitely more power, more revs in the two-handed style, and you see the youth adapting to that. Definitely over the next few years, you're going to see more two-handed styles coming up in the youth scene. Okay, we'll watch Jackson. Then again, I apologize on lane 43. That sign is hanging down where my camera position, it does cover part of the score. Once we get into the later part of the game, you'll be able to see that. much. We'll see if Kyrus picks up the spare on 44. Spare there. We'll head back over here, directly in front of where I'm at. And that's one thing I expect with this pattern is during practice and maybe the first couple frames of the first game, they are hooking. And I think with this pattern, you're going to see possibly it carry down a little bit. Some bowlers might get tricked on that, on the carry down, where they're expecting some breakdown, they're expecting to hook a little more, and it might carry down. They might tighten up a little bit for some bowlers, depending on their rev rate and the section of the lane that they're playing. You might see a mix of bowling balls as well, between reactive. I've already seen some urethane going down the lane. So we'll see what happens. As we go along, we've lane 37 here. We've got Reiner Reyes. He's a member of Youth Team Canada. And if you are following along, we do have the CTF Canadian team trials here at REVS Rose Bowl in the first week of January. So some of these bowlers might have purposely come to this event just to bowl here, get a feeling for this alley and the characteristics before they come and compete for their youth spot on Team Canada. So no, players don't stay on the same lane. They'll move after every game. So I believe they're moving a pair to the right after every game, and we've got a lot of bowlers. I think we're using lanes 15 to 48, and I believe 15 to 29 or 15 to 28 will shift, like lane 27 and 28 will go back to 15. Lane 48 will come back to 31 and 2, or 29 and 30. But either way, everybody is moving. We should see everybody on camera at least a couple shots. You know, with my setup here, I've got the 3 cameras plus the booth cam that you see down in the right there. I can't do any more. My system's maxed out for that. It'd be great to have a camera on every lane or a feed for every lane, but unfortunately that's not possible. The internet here, while it's sufficient for what I do, it wouldn't be limited for running 3 or 4 streams. So that's why we stay on here. We flip back and forth on views every couple frames. Yeah, so we've got, it looks like on every pair, we've got 4 bowlers on every pair, so things should move fairly quickly for qualifying, which is good. Won't be here all day, but so the format is out of the 3 groups, so everyone bowls 4 games of qualifying, and then I was looking at the rules. I'm pretty sure it'll stay the same for here. They cut to the top 9 in each group. They bowl another game with some elimination. So there's 2 advancer rounds, and then there's the top 3 or top 4 in each group bowl a step ladder. Oh, sends the messenger across there on 36. Nice shot. And that's a 2-handed style. You get a little more revs, kind of sling the pins around. You can get some of those breaks. Looks like Reiner, he's playing in, and that one hooked up on him a little bit through the face. 4, 6, 7, 2. Good to see some local bowlers come out and bowl these tournaments where they might not usually travel up. We got Chris Ullman here on 36. He's a local youth bowler. Good to see him out bowling. Let's see if Reiner can bounce one of these out. Come back down here. So lanes 21 to 24. So they're finishing up on 21. Just missed him was Carter Stork. I did see on the YBT Facebook page that he had a big game, 100 pins over his YBT average a couple weeks ago at one of the events. Congratulations to him. He was up there getting a scholarship award before we started practice as well. Yeah, another bowler to keep an eye on here, lane 23. You see in the Southern Ontario shirt, you got Caleb Eggett. I believe his sister Emily is here as well. Left-hander looks like he's in urethane and the purple hammer. Nice shot from him. And that's a weird leave for a right-hander, even though two-handed, leaving the, what is that, the 6, 8, 10? Usually that's a left-handed leave. It's a little bit of an odd one there. Yeah, so you got Carmelo fan chat. He's making it all the way to the end. Okay, we'll see. We'll hold you to that and see if he makes it. And hopefully, these monitors are a little difficult here. The scores are a little bit small, a little bit fuzzy. Hopefully you can make them out. The only way around that is to change the focus on the camera to focus on the screen, but then the pins would be out of focus. So I tend to leave it this way, focus on the lanes and the action versus the monitor, but you should still be able to make out what the scores are. Pardon me. And if we do happen to notice somebody that's on a roll and a string of strikes or having a really good game, we'll try and move the camera. It is a little bit difficult. There's a lot of people in here, which is good to see. Lots of family, brothers, sisters, moms and dads out here supporting the youth bowling. As Chris said in the announcements, if you heard it, please make your spares. And in competitive bowling, it's great to throw strikes, but it's a little difficult when you're not stringing them together and you miss spares. You got to make your spares, especially those single pins. If you're struggling a little bit, sometimes making those spares makes all the difference. It could mean the difference between going home a little bit early and advancing. So they always drill that into the youth. Practice your spares, make your spares. You got someone, how's Alex Vizier doing? So I am not sure. I don't know Alex. I'm not sure what lane he's on. If I do, after the first game, hopefully they get the scores printed out. If they do have a printout, I will try to read the scores, or at least maybe even hold it up in front of the camera here and get it on so we can see where they are, give you guys some updates. I'll definitely talk to Chris when I see him around, walking around. I know when you run tournaments, the first little bit can get hectic, and once things settle down and people get into it, it's a lot easier. So once he's settled down, I'll try and get him here on the stream and get him a couple questions. Maybe talk about the YBTs, his involvement, and everything that YBT has been in the past. Yeah, hopefully everything's going good on your end. The live stream, everything looks good on my end here, knock on wood. Doing pretty good. So we got local bowler Jackson Lena on lane 45. And with, as I was mentioning, they take the averages of all the bowlers, they split them into 3 groups, 3 divisions, and everybody is mixed. Everybody's all mixed in, so like one pair is not all Division A's, one pair is not Division B's, so it's a good mix of bowlers. Are players allowed to use their phones? I honestly do not know. I'm just kind of looking around. It looks like some bowlers are. I know when I bowl, I use the PinPal app. I track all my pin strikes, spares, all that on the PinPal app. Maybe that's what they're doing, but it looks like the majority of bowlers here are focusing on bowling. I do see one bowler has some headphones on. I guess they allow that as well. Yeah, as far as the phone use goes, I'm not sure. Like I said, I do see one bowler just put it down, but the majority of people, I don't see them on their phones. And I mean, that's one thing too with youth bowling, you want to concentrate on the tournament. I know when I bowl, I try to, the only thing I use is the PinPal app just to track. I don't like using it, you know, texting or surfing social media to distract myself. It's always concentrating on bowling. And that's one thing too, like with this tournament, this is a competitive scratch tournament. They should be here focusing on the lanes, focusing on what they're doing, not playing on a phone. Just my opinion. Others may have different opinions. So they are going pretty quick. We do have one here in the 9th frame already. We'll watch Ella throw this ball. Hook, hook, hook. Okay. Let's come back here. So just looking at scores, we got a 159, 129. So far on our camera pairs, I'm not seeing any big scores yet. And that's kind of expected with these challenge patterns. It's meant to be hard. You have to be accurate. You have to choose the proper equipment for the pattern, the lane surface. That's all part of learning. If you want to get better and you want to compete at a little bit higher level, this is where you do that. See 190 there on 36. Alex versus Jason Belmonte. Alex wins every day of the week. That's a pretty good goal to aspire to be. Let's flip back down here and see. 173, got some 170s in there. And that's what I was talking about, accuracy. You just saw Caleb there. Looked like he got that one out maybe a board or two too far, and he 3-7s. You know, these challenge patterns, you got to be a little more accurate on a house shot. That might have come back. That might have struck. On these, it's definitely not. Being the only lefty, I think, on that pair, I don't think he'd be seeing a carry down. Maybe, but that's part of the pattern that you see. So some bowlers are bowling a little bit quicker. They still have some, so we're going to come back to them in a minute. We'll come back down here. The one pair is already finished. Going into the 10th frame, finishing up the 9th frame here on 43 and 44. And you're welcome, Sarah, for streaming. We're doing our best. As I mentioned, you guys might be looking for some people on camera. We've got 3 cameras rotating here. And the bowlers are going to be moving every game. So if you don't see anybody on camera that I've been switching through on this one, you might see them. We've got 4 games, 4 moves for the bowlers, so we should be able to see them at some point. It'd be great to have a camera on every single bowler. Unfortunately, we can't do that. And one thing too is a lot of the bowlers I'm not familiar with, being youth and from out of town. Obviously, it does help when they all have their names on their shirts. Some of them do, some of them don't. So if you are looking for somebody in the chat and I don't get a camera on them, my apologies, but stay tuned, keep watching. One of the 4 games they should be seen. Come back here for a minute. So yeah, a couple pairs bowling a little quicker than others. We'll do our best. So we got Jacko 777. I'm the best Saskatchewan bowler ranked from Saskatchewan. Thanks for tuning in. And if you are in that chat, let me know where you're watching from, where you're tuning in from. Back here, watch them finish off the 10th, and then we'll go back to 23 and 24 in a minute, as they're a little bit behind. So got someone tuning in from Kitchener. Thank you. Got Niagara Falls. If you are just tuning in, we are live here at REVS Rose Bowl in Windsor, Ontario, Canada. YBT's, the Youth Bowling Tour, makes a stop here. I believe it's stop number 3 for the year of their season. Got more watching from Kitchener. Thanks for tuning in. While we have a minute here, we'll give a shout out to the sponsors, Buffa Bowling Distribution and Rift Apparel. So I believe I did see online there that Buffa Distribution did purchase all the rights and everything with Rift Apparel. So Rift Apparel is now a part of Buffa Bowling Distribution. Shout out to Mark, his dad Frank. If you don't know who they are, you've been kind of hiding under a rock. They do a lot for bowling. You know, besides the distribution, They sponsor a lot. They're involved in a lot of ways. So thank you, Mark. Thank you, Frank, for always supporting not just the adult tournaments, but tournaments like this series for the youth. They understand the importance of youth bowling. And with Frank being a gold level coach, understands that the competitive side of youth bowling just breeds the better bowlers as you grow up into the adult world. Back to the sponsors, JKL Consulting Services and Kennedy Bowl for sponsoring as well. Shout out to them. I'm not sure if they are here today. I haven't seen them. If I do happen to see, I'll try and get them on stream and talk. Okay, coming back here, 23-24, they're going to be finishing up. So which is good. It looks like everybody is, because they move lanes, they almost have to wait till everyone's done to make that next game move. I'm seeing another pair just starting the 10th frame, so it should be pretty good. Yes, and thank you, sponsors, again. If you did, I was on stream last weekend for a local youth scholarship tournament here. This tournament is scholarship-based as well. You know, bowling, I believe, is the only sport where you can start earning scholarship money at the age of 5 to go towards your post-secondary education. So you bowl these tournaments, bowl scholarship tournaments, bowl YBTs, you do well, you can accumulate quite a bit of funds to go towards your education. Yeah, so we got someone from St. John, New Brunswick, formerly from Southwestern Ontario. Tough to do live streaming, play-by-play. Good work, thank you. It's especially tough when you don't know 3/4 of the bowlers. Just trying to keep some commentary going here. It'll be a little easier once we narrow down the field, get a little more action with the live stream. And we're gonna get hopefully some guests on here once things settle down. We'll talk a little more about the YBTs. We also have to give a shout out to all the coaches, all the volunteers in youth bowling that run the leagues at their home centers, do all this. We have some volunteers here, if you heard. We've got local Mike Snow. He's helping out here as well. It takes a village to run these things. You know, there's lots of work behind the scenes that people don't see. Lots of volunteer hours that go into all of this to make it happen just for the youth. So thank you to everybody that helps behind the scenes, doing registration, running scores, setting up the lineups, all of that. It takes a lot of work, so shout out to all of those. Okay, so it looks like we are just finishing up here on 23 and 4. I see 2 other pairs still bowling, 3 other pairs, 2 pairs. So we will be on to the next game pretty quickly. And once they hopefully get those scores tallied up, I'm gonna try and see if I can get a printout sheet and at least show it here on camera. I'll enlarge the screen, try and get them on, I'll hold it up and see if we can get any updates on the bowlers and the divisions. Okay, so looks like we are on to game 2. And we'll start down here on 43 and 44. I'm gonna take a short break. I'm gonna see if I can find Chris, and find out about scores and stuff like that, and I'll be back shortly. Okay, so I'm back here. I did talk to Chris, so once they get the standing sheet printed out after every game, he's going to give me a copy of it. They might post it in the Facebook group. If they do that, I'll get a link to that and try and post that. But I'll have a sheet here. I'll be able to hold it up in front of the camera, or I'll read some of the names off in each group, let you know how everybody is doing. He will be coming to talk to us. At some point, we'll talk about the YBTs, what they do, what his role is, and give you a little more context for the tournament here. We might also have a few other guests come in the booth and talk for a little bit. That'll be a little bit of a surprise, so we'll see. Might have some local celebrities, local bowling celebrities come and chat for a bit. Guys are in the chat. I see some of you guys kind of going back and forth. Just keep it civil, keep it polite. You know, this is a youth tournament, so just keep it civil. That's all I ask. It is good to see everybody in here watching chat. We're up to about 48, 50 watching. We appreciate everybody tuning in, following along with your friends, your family, especially if you're out of town, you couldn't make it. So lane 36 you just saw there, Braden Daniels. I'd kind of call him a local, but from Chatham, Ontario, close here to Windsor, 45 minutes or so. Who did win the Youth Scholarship Senior Boys Division last week. I'm very impressed with his bowling. He converted to two hands about 8 months ago. Someone was saying he's been working at Turbo Tech with some of the guys coaching over there to improve his game, and you can definitely tell that he is on the right path. Nice solid two-handed bowler. Yeah, Civil as a man born and raised in Windsor in the chat. Yeah, you can take that at what you want. So yeah, if you are just tuning in, we got 3 cameras that we're rotating through here. Trying to get everybody on, stay on one camera for a couple frames, move on to the next. So the bowlers are moving every game. So hopefully we do see everybody on camera. Yeah, seeing the chair, that cheering on Braden Daniels, Turbo Tech has been amazing. So yeah, I was talking to him last week after he did win there, and he was saying he loves the tournaments, loves the competition. Someone mentioned the training that he's been doing. You can definitely tell the work that he's been putting in. He's got a nice solid form, nice smooth release, very repeatable. We'll keep an eye on him. Hopefully he does well. But yeah, I think he's going to be one to watch. Still seeing a good mix of different balls coming down the lane here. Got some urethane, got some reactive. On a 39-foot, I didn't think you'd see all urethane, which is good. Yeah, Braden got that one out just a little bit too far. And as I mentioned earlier, that's the thing with these challenge patterns, sport patterns, is that you have to be accurate. You know, within a board or two, you do that, you get it out. You know, even 2 boards too far to the right, it's not going to recover. And you saw that with him. And does not pick up the spare. Bowling on house shots all the time, you do have that room, a little bit of miss room. You come and bowl something on a challenge pattern or sport pattern, it can humble you pretty quickly. Yeah, it's also great to see bowlers of all ages competing in this the way they do. The average group split, it allows that for all ages to compete, and it is scratch. There is no handicap. The average is basically just set you in what group you'll be in, depending on how many bowlers there are. Let's come down here to our first camera. Lane 22 there, we got Luca Formosa, another Chatham area bowler. Has been bowling a lot of these, bowling a lot in Michigan. Another bowler to keep your eye on. Oh, Joshua Crutch there, a little bit high. Trips out the 7 and the 10. Yeah, a little bit bonus. So the bowlers that started on the left lane on camera will be on the right lane. So they're just moving one pair to the right. They're not skipping a pair. even with that, 1, 2, we should still see everybody on camera on this one. Yes, we will. So yeah, if you are in the chat, let me know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for, and hopefully soon we'll start getting you guys some score updates. I'm gonna try and bring up the YBT page so when it's ready I'll be able to share a link if they post it. It's kind of what I expected off the start. Seen a lot of games in the 170s, 180s. Not seeing anything too high yet. But when the scores do come in, we'll be able to let you know. And watching from Pittsburgh. That's great to see with these live streams. That's kind of why I like doing it, is you get bowlers, families, friends from all over the world possibly watching. And you can do that where you normally wouldn't. I know when your team did the Canadian team trials, we'll be streaming that again this year, first week of January. It'll be myself and Kurt Ridgewell. We'll be here, same thing as you say here, streaming all the team trials, every minute of it. And I know with team trials, there were people from watching all over the world, watching friends and family that were able to keep up with that. Another watching from Mississauga, thanks for tuning in. Yeah, and I was just talking about Carter a little bit ago. I saw on the YBT page he did have a big game. I think at last event, or maybe the first event, that he was recognized for. I believe there's 100 pins over his YBT average, so congrats to him. It's very important too with the youth bowlers and that when there's an achievement, they get the recognition that they deserve. So it builds that confidence. We'll get the confidence going up into the next tournament. That does a lot for them. Yeah, these ones on 21 and 2 are bowling pretty quick. Yeah, I see Chris is still, he's handing out sheets. He might be score sheets. Hopefully we get some score update here in a minute. We'll watch Carter throw one more here on 23. And then we'll go back. Ooh, a nice shot at 10 pins. All right, let's come back here. And again, I apologize that screen on 43, there's a big sign hanging down that gets in the way of the score sheet, and my cameras don't like the pink monitors for some reason. So they are a little fuzzy. Like Kyra there on 45 was a little surprised by that ball not coming up. Well, it looks like they're still hooking. I'm wondering if they're starting to see a little bit of that carry down. You know, if she thought she threw it well, might be seeing a bit of carry down and the ball going a little bit longer, not turning over. look like they are still hooking quite a bit though. I see a lot of bowlers going high and then a lot of bowlers not coming up. Okay, sorry about that. Just had a little bit of housekeeping to take care of. Okay. See another local bowler here that I know, Matt McGuinn here up on 44. I know he's been bowling some of the YBTs. He is typically a little more straighter up the boards player. And looks like he pulled that one, went through the nose. Just going to check and see if any scores are updated. They are not. I'm sure he's probably going to bring me a printed out version before it gets online. Yeah, I still see a good mix of bowlers going high and some coming light. And the thing with challenge patterns and sport patterns is you have to find that right ball, right surface, to play the part of the lane that gives you the least, or I was going to say the most room for error. If you're playing the part of the lane and you only get, you have to hit it exactly within one board every time, it's going to be a challenge. If you can find that ball in that part of the lane where it can give you 2 boards of room, or even 3, that's where you got to be. It looks like some of the bowlers are struggling to find that consistency. Looks like Jackson, he switched into urethane as well. Came a little light, knocked out the 5-7. But did that. Hopefully everything is streaming okay on your end. Everything looks good here, knock on wood. We did have a few little hiccups last week. Made a few changes, troubleshooting. Looks like everything's good so far. Oh, 7-10 in the pocket. It looks like she liked it too, and a little bit of frustration. We'll stay on, watch her throw that. See if she can bounce one of them out. Right as I mentioned that we didn't have any errors on YouTube, I get an error on YouTube for streaming. So hopefully everything is coming through on your end okay. It looks like it was just a little internet blip again. Hopefully it's okay. If it's not, let me know in the chat. Yeah, there we go. There was a buffering moment, so yeah. Hopefully it comes through. Looks like it's back on track. Yeah, which means it's something with the internet out here at the bowling alley. I don't think it's my equipment. I've been troubleshooting it and all that, but hopefully it's good. Just gonna come back to the screen over here. These guys are done already. Let's see what kind of games you got. 152, 161, 150, 140, so nothing big there. All right, so that game is done. All right, Roland Chelsea, Corey Lane, 40, 41. So yeah, over there, those bowlers will hopefully be on next game. All right, looks like we are clear of YouTube errors now, so we should be good. Okay, that game's done. We'll come back here. They're still entering the 9th frame, so get a little bonus action here. I stayed on this channel earlier a little bit longer, and we're going to get to see a little bit more of them before we go to game 3. All right, I'm just going to step out for a minute, see if I can grab someone here in the booth. I'll be back. Okay, can you hear me?
I got you.
You got me. Okay, so first of our guest appearances here in the booth, local legend, if you will have it, Darren Alexander.
I don't know about legend, but trying.
Yeah, well-known name. So member of Team Canada. You do have something coming up very soon.
Yeah, we're about 2 weeks away. Leave on the 21st of November for World Championships in Hong Kong. So getting prepped. I was here yesterday practicing and trying to get as much in with work and life and all those things, but pretty excited for that. I've never got to go to Asia to bowl, and they love their bowling over there, so that's pretty big on my bucket list. That's always been there, so it's going to be pretty cool to go over there and really see what the atmosphere is. Really excited. Brand new bowling center that we're going to.
Oh,
was
really?
built just built last year in October. So they've hosted one big tournament there already, so this is the second one, and it sounds like the trios and team finals are getting set up potentially in an arena setting, so that'll be pretty cool.
Nice.
So yeah, excited to see what that's going to be like. We're there for 16 days, so it's going to be
a long trip.
Long haul to get there, but direct flight, which is awesome. Don't have to worry about switching planes and as long as the bowling balls get on the plane and I get on the plane, we should be good. So
Yeah, should
that's
be good.
a bonus.
And where are you flying out of Toronto?
Yeah, flying out of Toronto.
Flying out
so
of Toronto there. And it's not a short flight either. It's very long.
no,
isn't
it's
it?
16. I think it's 15:50 on the way there and 14:50 on the way back. So yeah,
So it's a lot.
gonna be a while on a plane, but that's all right. We'll download some movies and we'll listen to some podcasts and some audiobooks, and we'll be all right.
I know. Are you guys all going together, or
I think there's 4 or 5 of us leaving out of Toronto, and then everybody else is kind of leaving everywhere. Some from the West Coast, some from Manitoba, and then some guys leaving from the States too. So,
so
kind of mishmash.
yeah? So on the team, so who's all going?
Oh, you put me to the test here. So men's team is myself, Francois Lavoie, Mitch Houpe, Nick Blagojevich, Nathan Resch-Lejoie, and see, it's the test.
Was it Zach?
Oh yeah, Zach Wilkins.
And
Yes.
Zach Wilkins.
Yeah. So that's the 6 men going,
And the women are going as well.
and the women are going. I know some of them, but I don't know all of them exactly. We can pull it up and we can find it, but both teams are pretty stout.
Yeah.
So I think that's going to be exciting.
Yeah, especially the men's team. It's great. Like you say, it's a stout team. It's stacked. You guys have the experience. And I mean, kind of now, I guess you call yourself a veteran on the team.
Yeah, this is my 8th year, so yeah, I would say veteran on the team.
Yeah.
A lot of the team has been on the team for kind of that amount of time, though, so it's really cool that we have a core group that's been there for an extended period of time. We know each other well, even though we're not that close to one another all the time.
Yeah, and you know you're all competent bowlers, and I mean it's great that like Zach came back to the team trials. Who is it, Zach and is it Graham? Is he going?
Graham's not able to make it to this
No.
one, but Graham is also on the team. So yeah, like having the guys with the tour experience there and the team bowling experience, especially with the route that IBF seems to be going with the World Championships. There's a lot more Baker's formatting. There's a lot of team aspect that's kind of getting added in. So those guys that have that experience is fantastic, because like myself personally, I've never bowled collegiately.
Yep.
There's a couple of us that didn't, but there's so many guys now on the team that did, and on the women's side they have that too. A lot of the girls on the team now have bowled collegiately. They've had that exposure to that, and our women's team has just over the last few years continued to get better and better and better. And I mean, they've showed at their last few competitions. They've medaled at almost, I think, the last 2 or 3 competitions we've gone to, and just continuing to improve that program. And some of the young girls coming up in that program that are on the women's team and the youth team are just incredibly talented bowlers. So the future is definitely bright for Canadian bowling. And I mean, sitting here watching a lot of the kids today, the future is definitely bright in Southern Ontario too. So it's cool to come out and see the kids that I don't know a lot of faces. I know a couple from team trials here and there, but I don't know most of the faces, and to see the talent we have coming up is awesome to see. It reminds me of when I was bowling. There seemed to be a lull in there in between, and it seems to be growing again, which is awesome.
Yeah, which is good to see. I was talking about that earlier too, and I mean there's a good mix of traditional bowlers. You're seeing a lot more of the two-handed bowlers coming up, but yeah, I agree that the talent here, it's looking good. And then as far as coming up, I mean, this is one of the stepping stones to get to where you are right now. I mean, I was talking about, it's like, oh, you can bowl house league and you can bowl all this and you can bowl good there, but you get humbled very quickly when you start bowling on challenge patterns and sport patterns where the patterns are more flat, more oil, the length variation, and your accuracy is really where that comes into play on a house shot versus the challenge patterns.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, the competition as well, like just exposing yourself to other bowlers, and my biggest thing is exposing yourself to other environments. You get really comfortable in your own house, where even if they may change the pattern or you're bowling on a different pattern, you're pretty comfortable in the topography and the characteristics of that house. Well, with the YBT, traveling around and you see different houses and you see different environments and different approaches and all of the different factors that weigh into the puzzle we're all trying to figure out when you're trying to put a score up. The more you do that and the more you can expose yourself to that, the better you're going to be overall. It's like a golfer playing on the same golf course all the time. You know what shots to hit, but when you play a different course, you have to be more creative. You have to figure out what works there, what doesn't, and it's only going to make you better. And sometimes you're going to come out and you're going to struggle. But as long as you're learning something, we learn a lot more from when we lose than when we win.
Yeah.
When you win, a lot of times you're on autopilot, right? But if you can come out and you struggle, but you learn something, and you come out the next time and you don't struggle with that same thing, then at the end of the day, that's a win too. So I think that's a big thing with the youth is getting the exposure, and it's nice to see how pretty big turnout it looks like today. I know it's a bit of a hike from the GTA, but
a lot of them made the trip. And
yeah,
I don't know what the
awesome.
total is. I think it looks like about 70 bowlers, 75 or somewhere in there.
Yeah, that's the number I was hearing was in the 70s. So
yeah, which is good. And then as far as I'm a little bit older than you are, but still kind of the same generation. I know when I was coming up, I know that the YBTs here, they've been around for about 35 years. I don't believe they were open to us in our organization. I believe they were with a different what's the word I'm looking for? Like a different organization. I don't were you able to bowl these when you were?
Yeah, I bowled YBTs from the time I was about 15. So YBTs were always just a sanction through CTF. There was YBC though.
Okay.
That was another Southern Ontario team that was available, and that was sanctioned through Bowl Canada for years. So I was only ever able to try out for the Team Ontario that was through CTF.
Yeah.
But yeah, YBTs have always been around. They've changed the format a little bit though. They have different divisions by average now, which is kind of nice. They've really, I think, modified the averages based more on junior golds in the States.
Okay.
And they've kind of followed that pattern, which is really good because, I mean, junior golds gets an incredible turnout every year.
Yeah, good reputation there.
Where YBTs, when I was bowling, there was just one division.
Yeah,
you bowled against everybody. So the younger bowlers a lot of times didn't come out because
they're discouraged.
They didn't have the real opportunity to win.
Yeah.
Now they can start bowling from, it looks like there's some that are age of 12 all the way up to people that are ready to age out this year. So I love that they've really diversified that and given more opportunity to bowlers to come out at a younger age and get exposed to this, because the sooner you see it, it's like anything. The sooner you see the harder patterns and the sooner you see the competition level, the better you're going to be.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I completely agree with that. And I'm sure some of them too. We were talking with CTF team trials are coming up here in a couple months in January, the first week of January. I've noticed a couple of the bowlers here already that will most definitely be there. So I'm sure they probably wanted to come here, bowl at the center if they haven't before. And like you say, you get used to the characteristics of the alley, you just get comfortable in the environment, get ready for those team trials that are coming up.
Yeah, and that's been nice about having the Players Tours come here for 2 years in a row now. People get to see the center. I know I've seen some players that are, at least one that's on, that's been on the Youth Team Canada this past year.
Yep.
So yeah, to get that experience in the center and learn kind of what it does, because I mean, I've bowled here for a long time. There's some nuances to this center, the same as there is any other center, and if you get to at least see it a few times, hopefully don't get tricked as much.
Yeah, don't get surprised by it too. You know, and like you're saying too, you get to learn the characteristics. Like I know you've always told me, like the friction in the fronts here is a little bit higher than most centers, and like these bowlers here, I didn't really expect very high scores. In my opinion, patterns here tend to play harder, a little bit harder than they look on paper.
Generally, yeah.
You know, and it's like, okay, well, here's what we're putting out, and scores always seem to be a little bit lower, you know, on the challenge patterns and sport shots. You know, so for these kids, I really wasn't expecting big scores out of them. But like you say, you come to the different bowling alleys, you learn. I know before, you weren't here at the start, but Chris took, you know, he had a little 5-minute session down on 49 and 50 explaining the pattern, maybe some tips on how to play it and all that, which is good for the youth, especially those that are just starting. I know there's a lot of first-time bowlers here, first-time YBT, you know, local bowlers that are bowling, and, you know, like I say, typically bowl on house shots, and stepping into the challenge pattern is a little bit of a different world.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that's awesome that they're able to do that and try and at least give the kids some type of a game plan of what do we want to look at maybe trying to do going into this, And then it's like anything. Like when I go into a tournament, when anybody goes into a tournament, you want to have that game plan, but you got to be not absolutely
Dead set
on your game plan, right? You gotta have a plan A, plan B, and then if neither of those work, you find a plan C and D, and sometimes E and F real quick. But
yeah,
that's the tendency of this house is to hook more than the average bowling center. Whether that's a combination of the oil that they use. These are older synthetics. They were installed, I think they were installed like the year before I started bowling youth here. They went to synthetics. They used to actually have, the fronts were synthetics and the back ends were wood.
Yeah.
So it was a two-tone lane. It was kind of cool.
Yeah, they put down, what was it, that Guardian?
Yeah, like that overlay
too.
on the fronts, yeah. But these are an older synthetic, so they're starting to wear. They're in good shape still. They're not cracked, but they still have a lot of friction.
Yeah, there's a lot of games on it.
Yeah, exactly. And there's a lot of friction just everywhere. So that's a tendency that I've noticed in this building, and people coming into this building that don't know the building, that's the comment they make a lot of times right off the bat.
Yeah.
So with this being a 39-foot pattern, a lot of people think, oh, maybe the gutter's going to be in play. The gutter is not a great play at this center a lot of times.
No.
Like it's one of those installs that little trick of the trade, I guess, is if you look where the gutter screws are on synthetic panels, if they're on the actual gutter board, a lot of times the gutter won't be as in play as if they're on the second or third board, because they get that little bit of a pitch in this way instead of being crowned this way. And it tends to be most of the pairs here are a little bit crowned. The gutter doesn't like to hook, at least right from the gutter. Okay. So a lot of times that middle part of the lane seems to play, and I've noticed a few people, if you look on 38,
Braden Daniels.
Braden has a pretty good ball reaction. Unfortunate 4-9 there, but his ball reaction looks really good. He's in a cleaner ball, but he's in, and he's kind of staying soft, and that's typically what plays really well here. Is that little bit slower hook on medium patterns. You get on a little bit shorter pattern, obviously the gutter will play, but
okay, just waiting for the food announcement to clear out there. Yeah.
Oh, great spare there.
Yeah, we didn't have that on camera, but he did pick that up. So we're talking about that. So
Braden left that 4-9. He picked it up, and I thought he had it off his hand, but he looked pretty surprised that he made it. But either way, that's a good save in the middle of a pretty good game he's got going. So with a medium pattern here, the scoring pace is going to be pretty low. So I mean, if somebody averages in the higher division, if somebody averages 205, I think they're going to be leading the tournament.
Yeah, and I'm not sure if we're going to even see that.
You may not.
I think like a lot of the games that I've been seeing were in the 180s, high 180s for maybe some of the top, but we are into game 3 now. I haven't had any score updates. Chris is running around like crazy, so I'm going to let him do his thing. I'm not going to bug him for score sheets, but when we do get them, I will try to update. But yeah, so with the format, it's they take the number of bowlers, they split it into 3 groups by the averages, bowl 4 games of qualifying, and I believe they take the top 9 in each group, and then there's an advancer, 2 advancer round games, and a final step ladder for each division. So once we get to that, we'll move the cameras around. We'll have a little more action on camera. And then the step ladder finals should be exciting.
Yeah, looking around, the scores look like, I would guess the scores are going to get a little better as the day goes on.
Yeah, see,
game 1, 2, when they're a little flatter, I think we're going to be a little down, but it looks like they're starting to develop a little bit now. So I'm seeing some better ball reaction as I look around by a few more bowlers. So we might see some scores start to jump over the next 2 games here, game 3 and 4.
Yeah, and it looked like last game there's a little bit of transition where I think a lot of bowlers were getting fooled. It's like I saw a lot of people going high, and then there were a lot of people, missing the head pin. you know, like washing out and not coming in. There's like, there was no in between. Like, it seemed like a lot of bowlers were lost in that transition.
Yeah, definitely easy to get tricked here and getting that over-under ball reaction where if you get it up the lane and you're not far enough left, it hooks too much on you, but then as soon as you move right, you get that wiggle. And that's pretty typical on a medium pattern in general, but I think this center does emphasize that and exaggerate it a little bit more than some other places would.
Yeah, we got some that are bowling quicker, some that are bowling a little bit slower. These guys on 23 and 4 are flying. 21 and 2 is a little...
Yeah, about half a game behind.
Yeah, half a game behind. Yeah, and I've seen a mix of balls going down the lane too. I have seen a little bit of urethane, which for a 39-foot pattern is not really too surprising. I didn't think there would be a whole ton of it though.
No, I thought there would be a decent amount to start, and it looked like a lot of bowlers kind of started in it for a game or two, but now I'm seeing a little more where they're developed and people are getting a little farther left with. Seems to be whatever brand they're throwing is. It looks like kind of symmetric, kind of middle of the road balls like phase 2s. Seeing some ion maxes. That seems to be the stuff that's looking pretty good. Yeah. The big ace-in balls aren't looking fantastic, and urethane's not looking that good anymore.
Nope. Okay. So you're talking about coming in this week and practicing and doing all that. So with going over there and bowling these world tournaments, like, what's the format? Like, how much are you actually bowling? Like, when you go there, what do you think the game count is going to be in the 2 weeks that you're there?
So we got, it really depends on how you make out in your first kind of round robin. So I think the format's the same as when we went last time for World Championships, where it's almost kind of like the FIFA World Cup. You get put in groups of, I think it's groups of 5 or 6, and you bowl everybody in that group one time, and then whoever has the highest points total, the top 2 move on from that group, and they reform another group after that. So each set of those is 6 games. Mm-hmm. So I think it's going to just be 6-game blocks, and I don't think we bowl every day. I think it's every other day for the start.
Okay.
And then if you were to not make the next round, you're going to end up with
2 days
possibly
off.
2 to 3 days off.
Okay.
But I think if you're making every round, the most you're going to have off is maybe a day. Mm-hmm. So hopefully that's obviously the goal. But I think it's just going to be 6-game blocks every time, and then when it gets down to the finals, I can't remember exactly how that worked. If it's, I think it was 2-game matches. It wasn't 1 game for sure, but it might have been 3 also. So it's an interesting format because, like I say, there's a lot more team bowling. The only time you're only ever bowling on your own is the singles.
This is singles, yeah.
And you got to win games.
Yep.
Scores really don't matter. You got to win games. So we'll see. I don't think it's going to be a urethane fest, kind of the way it was in Kuwait when we went.
Yeah, I remember watching that live stream too, and I was just like, I looked at it and I paused it, and there was like 12 purple hammers on the rack.
Yeah, there was a lot of purples, a lot of pitch blacks. That was basically the 2 options you had until we got into some reactive later in blocks, but it was pretty rare. Mm-hmm. So I think they went away from that, or have tried to go away from that. We're bowling on 46 feet. It's like 30-some mils, and it sounds like they're going to be using ice oil. So
it's going to be slick. It's going to be lots of oil. It's going to be long.
Yeah. So
trying to discourage that.
I think they're trying to get away from as much urethane. I'm sure some people will still try it. I'm sure some people with the rev rates they have will still make it look pretty good. Yeah. Because we're bowling on a higher friction surface, but when I practiced on it, at least, I had to do a lot to the ball to get urethane to be close. Reactive, I didn't have to do that much to it to make it look pretty good. So
yeah, no, that's good. So they haven't followed any of the USBC's tournament ball regulations, right? So urethane and all that still in play on the world stage?
Yeah, as far as IBF is concerned, The only thing is still 2016, 2017 purple hammers are not allowed, but that's been the same for quite a few years. There's no change as of this year. I think that's mostly because they didn't really have the time to analyze it the way they wanted to before the tournament came around. So there may be changes coming next year, we don't know. But I mean, whatever it is, it is. Everybody's got to have the same playing field. So
focus on this year and all that. So like you say, you're going over there, you guys are going to be bowling a lot. It's a different format. So when you come and practice, how do you practice? What do you work on? Are you spare shooting? Are you lining up? Is it a little bit of everything?
So I try not to get too much of a fixed idea of what the pattern's going to do. I mean, I've had them put it out here, but obviously when we're going to a different environment, it's going to play differently. So I'm just trying to get general ideas of what ball motions look pretty good, what maybe doesn't look good, and then just kind of, I like to bring versatile equipment so that you have the option to change surfaces and still have it look pretty good.
Yeah, because
it's just getting in the feel, okay? Staying loose, staying consistent. I'm not a huge practicer myself, so yeah, it's shooting spares. It's just making sure that like timing's good and fundamentally everything feels good, and then it's just when we get there, it's getting a little more dialed in. And then just getting comfortable in the building and then going out and just trying to execute the best you can for as many frames as you get that day.
Yeah, so and that's one thing too with basically flying around the world, flying that, you're limited to what you can bring. Now,
So 6 bowling balls, it sounds like a lot, but it's really nowadays not. So that's tough, narrowing it down, and especially with myself, with changing brands this year, I've drilled probably 40 bowling balls since January. And then just narrowing it down to, okay, what do I really like the look of? What do I trust? Because at the end of the day, like you don't necessarily have to have the right ball in your hand. You just can't have the wrong one. So if it's one that isn't necessarily perfect, but it's something you trust, that can sometimes be better than the one that might be more right, but you're not comfortable with. So yeah, just figuring all that out, and I think I've got it narrowed down. I've had a short list for a while. I think I got 4 locked in, and then we'll see what the other 2 end up in time. We got a couple weeks. It's fine.
Yeah, and that, like you say, you narrow it down to those balls that you feel comfortable with, and a surface change or two can still make it work. You don't want to bring that one ball that's like the one-trick pony.
Exactly.
You want to bring something that's versatile and able to work and change and adapt a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. And that's the biggest thing with a lot of these patterns is like surface is key. Like the surface of the ball is what touches the lane. And I think that's a big thing that when you bowl on these harder patterns, that's the environment you're going to see. That's what these kids are going to learn is the surface that's on the ball is going to affect a lot more than, in my opinion, what layout does, what actual ball it is.
Yeah.
The surface that's on that ball and what's touching the lane is going to be the key variable a lot of times to dial ball motion in.
Yeah, getting that right.
And I mean, it's tough when you're having to make an educated guess a lot of times because you can't make changes after practice. So you're hoping that you got enough variables in there. Luckily, we get a full practice day, so we can kind of play with that. And then, I mean, after day 1, if you see a certain thing, you tweak off of that. So, I mean, in Kuwait, we were hitting stuff with 500 the first day, and the last day I ended up to see it sooner. We ended up our surface prep was you'd hit it with like really really light 180, and then we'd crush it with 360.
Yeah, that's a lot.
and by game 2, it's lane shined again.
Yeah.
And then it's dialed in pretty good.
Yeah, that's crazy. Okay, so what do we got going on here? We're still in game 3. 3 of 4. I'm going to have to step out for a second. So I think we're going to take a break, and we'll be back shortly.
Yeah, I think I'm going to go grab some food for myself.
All right, sounds good. So that was
thanks, everybody.
Darren Alexander. All right, bye. Okay, so just coming back after a little break. So I did get a scoring update after 2 games. So I'll read off a couple here in Division A. So after 2 games, we've got Carmelo Evele, Damon Stanfield, Keegan Grinley, Ben Ashman, Luke Gates, Reiner Reyes, Tyler Declerc, Logan Sotero, Graydon Dull. That's your top 9 in Division A. In Division B, we have Emily Eggett, Arena Chin Halas, Christopher Ullman, Luke Delorier, Aaron Trudell, Dylan McLeod, Matthew Wolcock, Sophia Bikini, and Nolan Jelinas Wells. That's your top 9 in B group. In C group, we've got Cassandra Mills, Kylie Mayer, Ivan Morin, Zoe Merkeston, Ava Moreau, Brooklyn Smith, Leah Field, William McEachern, and Alexis Duell is rounding out your top 9 in C group. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring this up. See if we can get some scores. So there's A group. I'll leave that up there for a second, so you guys can check. We'll come up to B group. So this is after 2 games. And then we'll get, is that, okay, hold on, here's C group. Okay, so that is scores after 2. And if you are in the chat, you just happen to miss that, you can either rewind it in the live stream or ask me. I've got the sheet in front of me who you're cheering for. So we got about 50 bowlers. If you were watching, we just did have CTF adult member Darren Alexander in the chat with us talking about his bowling, what he's got coming up, and his view on some of these youths. So go back, watch that. It's a great thing. If you're in the chat, you're new here. We are live here at REVS Rose Bowl, Windsor, Ontario, Canada, for the YBT Youth Bowling Tour. 4 games of qualifying with a cut to the top of 9 in each group. And then 2 advancer rounds, and then a step ladder final. So we'll be moving the cameras around. We got 3 lane cameras, doing a little bit of mix on there, switching back and forth. And we are just finishing up game number 3. Just want to look at the sheet here. So yeah, game 2, we did start to see some little better scores, some 200 games in there. So far, looks like high game of the tournament, after 2 games at least, was Logan Sotaro, 222. With this being a challenge pattern, didn't expect huge scores on it. So far, it looks like the leader's averaging 195, and that would be Carmelo Evele. Is it Evele or Evele? Either way, let me know in the chat if I got it wrong or which way it is. So it looks like 24, 23, 24. So yeah, good little over 70 bowlers. Competing. Alright, let's see here. Switch that over to game 4. Come back down here. Well, we have a little minute here. I just want to thank all the YBT sponsors: Lufa Bowling Distribution, Rift Apparel, JKL Consulting, Consulting Services, and Kennedy Bowl. My name's Jeff Kovac. I'm sponsoring the live stream here today, so we appreciate you tuning in. Live here at REVS Rose Bowl in Windsor, Ontario. So we got about 72 bowlers, I believe, is the total. Split up into 3 groups based off their averages, and then there'll be a cut to the top 9 in each division. So we did just wrap up game 3. I don't expect to see a game 3 sheet for a little bit. Once we do get those, I'll do the same thing. I'll hold it up so you can see it on there. I'm gonna check to see if they posted it. No, I don't see it online yet. So that's what you get. You get me holding it up in front of the camera. And I believe in the chat earlier, Carmelo was a chat favorite. Lots of people cheering for him. Yeah, there's lots of bowlers close within that cut line that if they had a good game 3, it's going to put them and change the standings around a little bit. Yeah, so if you are just tuning in, let me know where you're watching from, who you're rooting for. I do have some scores after 2 in front of me, so if you missed me holding them up in front of the stream, you can ask me and I can check them on the sheet here. But so far, our leaders in Group A, we've got Carmelo Evelet, or is it Evelie? Group B, Emily Eggett is leading that, and in Group C, Cassandra Mills is leading. And Carmelo's got about a 16-pin lead. Emily's got a 9-pin lead. And Cassandra Mills leading C group has about a 22 lead after 2 games. So bowlers to keep an eye on. After 2 games, a lot can change. So we'll see once we get that game 3 sheet in. We'll see who's moving around, who the contenders are for this. So this is the 4th and final game of qualifying. Once this game is done, we will be taking a short break, about 15 minutes. The stream will stay on. It'll just be while they get all the scores in, verify all the scores, who the top 9 are, get everything organized on that end. Once they do, then we'll be ready to go. Now with that, with the top 9 in each group, I'm not sure how much we'll actually be able to cover. I don't think we can cover every pair of them, but we'll do our best to move the cameras. 1 camera here is fixed, and I've got 2 that I can move, so it all depends on where things are. Yeah, it looks like they're using 3 pairs for each group. I can cover 2 pairs of each group. Might be able to move the camera around a little bit, turn it, but we'll see. The 3 cameras, trying to cover the best we can. Let's come over here. Okay, so lane 36, there's your, after 2 games anyways, there's your B squad leader, Emily Eggett. lots of close scores. Yeah, so Emily missed the head pin there, made adjustment, picked up the spare. I think just looking at this sheet, a lot of some of the scores are a little bit lower than I anticipated. But as I was mentioning earlier, some of the patterns on this house, they play a little bit harder than they do look on paper. So sometimes in the challenge patterns and sport patterns here, they're pretty tough. Shot from Ben Ashman there on 35. Where's Ben? So Ben's sitting in 4th after 2 games in A group. He's only about 30 pins out of the lead. And it looks like he's on the front 5. I'm not sure what he shot game 3, but having the front 5 is definitely to his advantage. All right, let's see if Ben can put together 6. Nice shot from Ben there. Yeah, so he's going to be one to keep an eye on, as I mentioned. He's, after 2, was sitting in 4th, 30 pins back. And that's one thing with 4-game tournaments. I mean, it's not, obviously it's better than 3-game tournaments, but it's not a 6 or 8-game block. One bad game can really hurt you. If you stay consistent, you have a big game that can really move you up. That's obviously beneficial. That might be what happened with Ben. We'll see once I get the score sheet for after hopefully 3 games. They bring it to me. I'll let you guys know. I'm gonna watch where was Logan? Logan, he was the high game so far. Sitting in 8th. We'll watch Logan throw, then we'll switch views back. A little bit high, can't trip the 4. All right, let's come back down here. Let's see where Luke was. Luke Delorier, after 2, was sitting in 4th in B group. Okay, Ben Bondi on 44 was sitting in 10th, so he was just outside of the cut line after 2. Looking through our standings here. Okay. Dylan McLeod. He's sitting in 6th in B group after 2. Where's Reiner at? Oh, nice shot from him there. So Reiner Reyes is after 2 is in 6th in A group. Went 154.206. His 2 shots there did look like he was struggling a little bit. Maybe he made a ball change, went high, and then that one came up a little light. Lucky got the 4-pin out. Nice shot from Ben on 43. Okay, gonna watch one more ball here. 43, then we're gonna go back. It seems like on the lower end of the house. Oh, nice shot there. On the lower end of the house, they're bowling a little bit quicker than these ones on the higher end. Come back down here. So yeah, they're already in the 9th frame on the 1 pair. Yeah, so we had local bowler and YBT regular Luke Gates on there, 24. Looks like came up light, washed out a little bit. He was sitting in 5th of A group after 2. If you are just tuning in, we're live here. YBT Youth Bowling Tour live at REVS Rose Bowl here, Windsor, Ontario. Shout out to the sponsors that support the YBT: Bufa Bowling Distribution, Rift Apparel, JKL Consulting Services, and Kennedy Bowl. My name is Jeff Kovac. I'm hosting the live stream here. Appreciate you for joining in. This is game 4 of 4 qualifying. After this game, they'll cut to the top 9 for 2 advancer rounds. After the advancer rounds, we'll have step ladder finals in the 3 groups. So, qualifying, it's always a little bit limited who you can watch and what you're talking about, but once you get into the cut line and advancer rounds, it gets a little more exciting. Obviously can't have every bowler in there, 9 in each group, so you'll have 27 bowlers competing. And then the step ladder final for each is where it really gets exciting. When it gets to that, we'll be bouncing around cameras quite a bit on the views, trying to cover all the action. Okay, perfect. Just got game 3. So game 3, so we'll go on the top 9 of Division A. Damon Stanfield, Carmelo Evele, Luke Gates, Reiner Reyes, Logan Sitaro, Graydon Dole, Keegan Grindley, Ben Ashman, and Zachary Kaczmarski round out your top 9. In B group, still leading Emily Eggett, Karina Chin Halas is in 2nd, Christopher Ullman, Luke Delorier, Nolan Jelinas Wells, Caleb Eggett, Aaron Trudell, Jesse Hitchcock, and Matthew Woodlock round out the top 9 in B group. In C group, Cassandra Mills, Ivan Morin, Kylie Mayer, Brooklyn Smith, Ava Morrow, Leah Field, Zoe Merkeston, Alexis Toole, and William McKeckern round out your top 9. So I'm going to hold these up so we can see. So there you got A group. Let's come up to B. Get this on the sheet there. We'll pull that off, and then there's C group. There's that C, yeah, that's still C group. Anyway, just came back here, so Ben Ashman, where was Ben? Yeah, Ben had a 161 game 3, so that dropped him down. Now he's got the 245, so that's going to be good for Ben. Ben should be well within the cut. We got Alex, is it Bizier? He's only 10 pins out of the cut. Zachary Purpura, Matthew McGuinn, Luca Formosa, all within striking distance in A group. In B group, we've got Aaron Bizier, pardon me if I'm saying it wrong. He's just out of the cut. Madison Kaczmarski, Devin Manning, Addison Bednars, all within striking distance there. In Group C, Grayson Earnshaw, Matthew Bartlett, Liam Van Wyck, and Aria Malone, all within striking distance. So getting into, coming down to the line for game 4. Just trying to see Reed's scores here. So I'm pretty sure that was Emily just had 139, so that's going to be a little frustrating for her. She was leading B group. Might drop her down a little bit. Hopefully she still stays in the cut. Okay. Come back down here. So they're already done on that left lane. Okay. A little bit difficult because all the bowlers are mixed in their pairings on each lane. You don't know who's A, B, and C unless you know the bowler. So I'm not sure who is who. So we're gonna watch them finish up here on 23 and 4. We'll come back. I think this is his last shot. On 24. Okay. Looked like a good game there. See if I can read the monitor. 208, 209, something like that. Come back here, watch them finish up their 10th frame, and then our pairs on 43 to 46 are a little bit behind these ones. Yeah, a little bit of a frustrating finish there for some bowlers. Okay, where was Nolan Jelinas? Wells up on 38. So after 3, he was sitting in 5th in that group. bit light, leaves the 2 pin. I'm gonna have to move one camera at the break. So our advancer rounds are going to be on lanes 31 to 48. So I'll move one camera. Okay, let's come back down here. 43 and 44, finishing the 10th frame. 46, 45 and 46, looks like they're going to be the last ones done and all that. Now, once they're done here, everybody behind the scenes has to get the scores together, get it all totaled up, verify it. We'll probably have about a 15-minute or so break. At that point, the live stream will stay on. We're just going to put up a graphic saying we'll be back. And then, yeah, about a 15-minute break once they're done, and then we'll be back into the advancer round action. So yeah, 4 games of qualifying for these youth bowlers on a challenge pattern. Nice shot on 44. And then 2 advancer rounds and into the stepladder final. You know, as if you caught a conversation with Darren earlier, he was talking about back in the past years ago, it was a single tournament, 1 division, winner take all. Since then, they have adapted a different format here where it's 3 groups, split up on averages. Doesn't discourage your younger bowlers or anyone with the younger average. Everybody can still come out and compete. While it is scratch, you know, everybody still has a chance. And it's just good to see that the youth competitive bowling is alive and well here in Southern Ontario. And one thing you can do, make sure you like, make sure you subscribe. I try and bring bowling content, our own tournaments, not on this channel, but on Going Like Canadian 10-Pin Federation's channel. We will be live streaming every minute of the Canadian team trials the first week of January, which is here live at REVS Rose Bowl. Excited to be bringing that to you. You will see some of these youth bowlers there that will be competing in that as well. So yeah, be sure to go like their channel, like my channel. Let's build up the views, continue promoting bowling. You know, unfortunately, I can't cover every event here for the YBT. This was easy because I live here in Windsor. This is my home center. I bowl here. It's a lot easier here. Making every YBT is not possible for me. But we're going to see possibly the end-of-year tournament, the Gus Badali Invitational. We're going to see if we can work that out. Not saying yes, not saying no. We're going to talk about it, see if the schedule fits, and if we can work that in. It would be an amazing thing to see the end-of-year tournament invitational streamed as well. But we'll keep you updated on that. Stay tuned. Everything will be on the YBT. Their Facebook page is pretty active with updates and tournaments and all that. So stay tuned there. Keep an eye on that. Okay, they're doing the ball draw. Had the paparazzi here taking picture. Okay. You want to hop on for a minute? Okay, we're going to have another special guest here. All right, so we're joined by Scott Gates. I'm not exactly sure what your title would be now, so you are...
Everything.
Everything. So Scott does a lot involved here at REVS Rose Bowl with the youth program, and you're now involved with the provincial side of things.
Tournament director for the Ontario Youth Singles, tournament director for all the WECBA bowling, chairman of the youth committee.
Yeah, so you're involved heavily in the youth. We came up through the youth program together. Your kids come up through the youth program together. You've been involved in a long time. So you're saying, what is it, the youth scratch singles that's coming up?
No, Ontario Youth Singles Championship.
Ontario Youth Singles Championship. So that is here at REVS Rose Bowl, and that's November 30th. So if bowlers are interested in that, where can they find the information on that?
OTBA page, link under the youth tournaments.
Yep.
We'll have all the Ontario tournaments listed. The bowlers should contact their youth director at their local house.
Yep, and they
sign up.
And they send it all in on one form.
And they'll send it on to me. We're expecting about 130 to 150 kids for that tournament.
Wow. So it's going to be a big one.
Yeah. It's one of the bigger ones that in Toronto they got. So we're hoping they come down here.
Nice.
We're hosting the family twosome tournament in February. That's an Ontario tournament too.
Yep.
That's going to be right after team trials.
Yep. Yeah, so busy on the youth front. I know with our local association WECBA tournament page, there's a whole stack of about a dozen tournaments that are going on this season. It's great to see the youth, flourishing. Lots of tournaments, lots of opportunities to bowl tournaments, win scholarship money.
Well, lots of scholarship money. Last year we did about $8,800 worth of scholarship money in just the WECBA tournaments. Yep. That was not including the provincial tournaments that the kids won scholarship money in, YBT. Their local houses give scholarship money out too.
Yeah, so get involved, get your youth in there, get that scholarship money, help pay for that post-secondary education. So that tournament that's coming up there, the next one here, what's the format on that? You're saying it's a big tournament.
So it's a 4-game pins over.
Yep.
They're broken down into boys, girls, average 150 and above and 149 and above.
So there's a few divisions and then split into the boys and the girls. So lots of opportunity there for everybody. I'm sure, like I say, it's I run some of our tournaments and then seeing what they do here, and it's a lot of work. A lot of preparation work. On the stream, I've already thanked all the parents and everybody, volunteers that do everything for the youth, because without people like yourself, we wouldn't be here.
If we didn't have a team of volunteers,
yeah,
it wouldn't happen.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that right now. It don't happen if we don't have a team of people who just come out and want to volunteer.
Yeah. There's a whole team behind the front.
Oh, there's probably, to run my local tournaments, I need about 8 to 10 people.
Yeah.
Adults to help out.
To help out.
Our local tournaments are roughly between 95 to 105 kids.
Yeah. We were here streaming even the tournament last week. I think it was 94, 95 kids.
Right. So
good tournament. Good to see the parents out. And so yeah, we are just finishing up game 4 here. It looks like this is the last pair to be finishing. So once these kids wrap up, we're going to probably be taking about a 15-minute break.
Yeah, they just got to tally up the scores and see who made the brackets.
Yeah, and then I got to move one of my cameras and get ready, and then we'll be bringing you the advancer rounds as well as the step ladder final once that happens.
Just tell them how the advancer rounds go.
So I believe it's the top 9 in each group.
So yeah, and then they're broken down into 3s.
Yep.
and then low man out, and then match play.
Okay. So yeah, so top 9 in each group, then they break it down into 3 within each group.
Yeah.
Low man out after 1 game,
And then
and then
one match play, then the winner of that goes into a step ladder.
into the step ladder. So
So we could be here for a little while.
yeah, that's okay. That's only 322.
That's
Lots of time. You know, but it's good to see the youth getting the games in, getting a little more than, you know, a 3-game tournament. You get 4 games, you go all the way. You know, there's a possibility bowling, you know, 7, 8 games, you know, as a youth, which is good. You get that conditioning.
yeah. We didn't have these.
No, I was
As
talking.
younger.
Yeah,
We
when
did not have these. Younger.
when Darren was talking with us, you know, we were saying that too. We didn't have these. It was more up in that area, I think, in the Barrie region when it first started and all that, and it wasn't available. And then I'm not sure at what point, but it did get opened up.
I'm pretty
you
sure
know.
this was only open up to YBC bowlers at one point,
Yep.
and then it got opened up to all the CTF bowlers.
Yeah, and that's when you guys discovered it, Luke. And
I
then-
just discovered it. Somebody sent it to me.
a couple years ago.
Yeah, I brought Luke out to the first one, and then a couple people followed us for that first year. And then the second year that we bowled, and we had more Windsor bowlers come up, and
Yeah.
now we're almost back to House of Windsor bowlers.
Yeah, no, that's good.
So
Good to
now they got an event come down here. They used to never come down here.
Yeah, exactly. No, and I mean, that's part of it. You go up, you support them, and then, you know, Chris brought it down here. You know, now they're down here, and it's good for the bowlers. Like I was talking with Darren, it's experiencing different houses, different lane surfaces, different friction. You know, all it does is make better bowling. You know,
Yeah.
better bowlers.
And throwing these sport shots out just makes it even better for them.
Yep. So that is going to be it. That concludes our 4 games of qualifying. So we're going to step out. I'm going to go see if we can get some scores. I know they're working on that. And then I will be back, about 15 minutes or so. So stay tuned, stick around. We're going to be the advance around top 9 of each group. And we'll be back shortly. So hang tight, 15 minutes or so.
Vâng, cookie. Hả? Để cookie lên đâu? There's chicken wings. What do you want? Cookie. Yeah?
I don't check because like I check, I don't. I was like, Edmonton's under first. I checked and I checked.
na, oh. Ayan, oh. Hi, I did not go back that far. Rainier is all settled in. If we need more information, we will contact you. Hindi, email ako. Hindi. Hindi naman ako eh. Sinabi ko rin sa kanya. Nag-ano ako. Nag-email din ako na kung everything's okay. Ni-remind ko nila
YBT bowlers, we have got your lane assignments for match play. Starting in the A division, qualifying first with a score of 782 is Damon Stanfield. Damon will be on lane 43. Also on 43, Luke Gates. In lane 44, Zachary Kazmarski. Lane 45, Braden Dole. Lane 45, Logan Sotaro. And lane 46 is Zachary Papura. Lane 47, Ben Ashman. Lane 47, Reiner Reyes. And lane 48, Alex Bizier.
Let's go, Alex.
Moving on to the B division. Qualifying first with a score of 750, Arena Chinhalis. Arena will be on lane 31. Also on 31, Caleb Eggett. And on lane 32, Aaron Bizier. Lane 33, Matthew Woodlock. Lane 33, Nolan Jelena Wells. And lane 34, Christopher Allman. Lane 35, Luke Delorier. Lane 35, Emily Eggett. And lane 36 is Ben Bondi. Moving on to the C division. Qualifying first with a score of 633, Kylie Mayer. Kylie will be on lane 37. Also on 37, Leah Field. And on lane 38, Matthew Bartlett. Lane 39, Cassandra Mills. Lane 39, Alexis Duell. And lane 40, Zoe McKeston. Lane 41, Brooklyn Smith. Lane 41, Yvonne Morin. Lane 42, Eva Morrow. All right, bowlers, we would ask now that you go to your assigned lanes. You will have 2 practice balls only on each lane. When you have finished practice, please have a seat so that we know you're done. We can get the match play started. If anybody has left any equipment on the low end of the house there, please move it back into the concourse area. Bowlers, instructions for your match play are located on the sheets on the tables out front. Your lanes are now going on for practice and then score. Good luck.
All right, everybody, welcome back. So we're just starting the advance round number 1. So if you just heard, I don't have the sheet in front of me, but if you just heard, Chris just announced your 27 bowlers. We've got 3 groups with 9 in each of them. So then each group is split into 3 pairs. After one game, the bottom bowler is dropped. The second game, whoever wins moves on to the stepladder final. So there will be 3 stepladder finals. I've moved the cameras around. So we have 3 different views. We've got, because where I am in here, I'm in front of 36 and 37. I can't move this camera. I can only turn it. I believe that is group, the view you're looking at right now is group C. This camera over here, we have group B on lanes 31 to 34. Actually, they're on 36, 31 to 36. I can't cover 3 at a time. So we'll try, we'll see what happens. Maybe I'll see if I can turn the camera. Not sure there. And then down here, we have group A on 43 to 48. Same thing, cover 2 pairs. Try and update scores as you can. Maybe turn the camera a little bit. See what's going on halfway through the game. All right, so stay tuned. So they're getting 2 balls on each lane. And once they're ready to go, I'll let you know. I will see if I can get a copy of the standings. But Chris did read out all the names. And stay tuned, we're about to start the advance round. All right, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
All right, perfect. So we're joined here by Chris. Last name is Woolcock, right?
Woolcock, that's
Chris
correct.
Woolcock. So you are the tournament director here for this tournament here, YBT, Southern Ontario. So it's been a pretty good event so far.
It's been a fabulous turnout. We had over 70 bowlers come down here for their first time event. We're overjoyed at the support from the local crowd.
Yeah, it's been pretty good. Lots of talent here and all that. So like you're saying, first time down here in Windsor. The history of the tournament has typically stayed up a little further north than us here in Windsor. Is it Niagara Falls, Kitchener, Scarborough?
Scarborough, yeah, Oshawa, Mississauga, Hamilton. It started, Gus Vidali started this as a tour of Southern Ontario for youth bowlers 30 years ago.
Yep.
And Gus passed a couple of years ago, handed the torch over to us. We've got a lot of great dedicated volunteers that spend a lot of time and effort to make this what it is.
Yeah, I was talking that even like Scott Gates was on here earlier. We're talking about that, and it's just the dedication, the support, the volunteers. Like without you guys and the people behind the scenes, like it doesn't happen.
Yeah, we have a lot of help, and that, like I said, they are all top notch and great at what they do, and we're very happy for everybody who comes out and dedicates their time.
Yeah, yeah. No, it's great to see, and the youth scene is alive and well, doing good. Lots of talent here. So with this, we started, was it 72, 73 bowlers, something like that?
Yeah, something like that. 72, 73, 74, something like that.
Yeah, and with the format of the tournament, so you divide into 3 groups based off your averages, A, B, and C, and now we're down to the top 9 in each division, and then they're separated into 3s within that 9.
That's right. They're going by their seeding, not necessarily 1, 2, 3, but we group them up into 3 groups of 3, and then they'll bowl this one game. It's sort of an eliminator, so the low man will drop off, and then the other 2 remaining will battle for that spot in the stepladder semifinal or final, depending on where you finish.
Right. So then, yeah, the winner of that then bowls 1, 2, 3 within their group. So we'll have 3. Okay, so yeah, we're going to have 3 stepladder finals in on there. So I've given a little shout out already to your sponsors, Bufa Distribution, Rift Apparel, and then you had some special sponsors step in, JKL Consulting Services and Kennedy Bowl. So from what I read online there, the JKL and Kennedy Bowl, they teamed up to provide something a little bit unique for you guys this year.
Yeah, absolutely. They're the sponsor a new bowler. So a new bowler, if one of the existing bowlers refers a new bowler to the YBT, we give the new bowler their first tournament at no charge, and then give the referring bowler a little bit of a discount. And yeah, we topped out at that tournament with this one here. We used up all the funds for that. We were able to add 30 new bowlers to the tour, and very excited to see them out here today, you know, cutting their chops and getting their crack at a little bit something different than your local house shop.
Yeah, exactly. So no, that's fantastic that they stepped up. And that's Jessica Lee and that's Tyler Lee, correct?
Yeah, that's Jess and Taylor.
Jess and Tyler, yep.
Yeah,
stepping up.
Great supporters.
Yeah, and they're heavily involved as well. I know they've got 2 boys. I believe it was 2 boys that bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, 2 boys. We had one of them on Team Southern Ontario in the past. So yeah, no, absolutely. Couldn't make it here today, but they're usually out at our events and challenging for scholarship money every time.
Yeah, and I know they're involved as well. I see Tyler at the Players Tour events. I believe Jessica bowled the Players team trials as well last year in Montreal. So they're heavily involved in the adult and the youth. They're just involved all around. So if you guys are watching, thank you. Thanks for supporting bowling. It's great to have people like you guys in the industry.
Couldn't agree more. 100% right.
Yeah, you know, and then with Bufa Distribution, I went on there with Mark and Frank. They're pillars of the community. They support, you know, everything they can, and we thank them as well for their long-term support of everything bowling.
Yeah, especially. I mean, they're responsible for our ball draw. They give us the bowling balls, and allows us to raffle those off at each tournament, and add some nice scholarship money that goes into the pot for all the kids. So
Yeah, no, that's great. I mean, that's the thing is over time things have got more expensive, and you try and find different ways to raise funds. And ball draws like that are a fantastic way to raise money when it's a ball of choice, and you can do that. And, it helps a lot. Bowling balls aren't cheap. And even if it's not one of the bowlers that wins it, a family member or something like that, it still helps out tremendously.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, absolutely. It's a game of technology, that's for sure. It's getting that way anyway.
Yeah, no, and I thank you for having us out here to stream this as your first event. And we've had about 50 viewers nonstop the whole time. Chat's been active, lots of people rooting for these youth bowlers. And so what do you guys have coming up next? So you do about one a month.
Yes, we have one a month. First of all, I will say, though, Jeff, thank you very much for making the effort out here today, because this is our first time with the live stream. I think the feedback has been fantastic, and we're really looking forward to seeing where we can go with this. It's been very successful today.
Yeah.
But yes, moving forward, our next match or our next tournament is early December. We'll be up in Kennedy Bowl in Scarborough for our next YBT, and we have one a month. I think the remaining months are January would be Skyway in Hamilton. And then we move to Frederick Lanes in Kitchener, and we're at Cataract in Niagara before we finish up, I believe, at Burlington Bowl.
Yeah, and you were saying that you guys have dedicated that final tournament. It's an invitational, the Gus Vidali Invitational. So how do these young bowlers qualify to be invited?
Well, showing up is the way to go, and you come out to 4 events throughout the year, and you are automatically eligible to participate in that invitational, which is kind of the season wrap-up. We have a little bit of a Bowler of the Year award that we pass out for the boys and the girls, as well as the Sportsmanlike Award, and that's kind of where we just put a bow on usually a very successful season.
Yeah, and it sounds like that. I mean, you guys are off to a fantastic start. Like I said, it's great that you came down here and you brought this tour down here. We have a lot of talent down here: Windsor, Essex, Chatham, Kent.
Absolutely, there's one right there. Zach Ismerski just making a 310, a nice shot.
Yep. Yeah, no, lots of talent going on down here, and it's good to see that they have made it into the cut. To show some of these bowlers from out of town, like, hey, we're Windsor, we're here on the map, we're good too. This area has produced quite a few excellent bowlers over the years. We did talk with Darren. He was on here for about 10-15 minutes talking about, all his adventures in bowling and what's next and how he got there, and, coming up as a youth. And this is all part of it, is bowling on these challenging tournaments, getting the competition going. It's how you get better. It's how you learn.
Absolutely. I'm surprised. I think if Darren was on for 15 minutes, he probably only touched the surface of some of the experiences he's had, because he's traveled all over the world. And it all started here in the Windsor-Essex County area. And we've got some tournaments coming down here. The OTBA is going to have the Ontario Singles Championship down here at the end of November, the end of this month.
Yep.
And the Adult Family Twosome will be here in February. And not to mention the team trials. You want to make Youth Team Canada and regular Team Canada, you can come out early January and give it a shot.
Yeah, no, it's definitely. I know Reiner Reyes is here. He's a current member.
That's right, a Youth Team Canada member.
Team Canada. I believe he went to one of the tournaments in, was it Peru?
Lima, Peru.
Lima, Peru they went to.
Peru.
So as a youth bowler, there's great opportunities. Represent your country, travel the world. Get those experience. I know my brother was a past Team Canada member for 5 or 6 years. He did the same thing, traveled the world, got to see places that he wouldn't. He was back in the generation with Mark Buffa and Guillaume Nadeau, and trying to think who else was in there. But they had a good team, and so they got to experience, and same thing, came up through the youth program, and that's where it all starts.
Yeah, well, we're trying to, is by expanding the youth bowling tour down here to Windsor, we're really trying to kind of grow that community throughout all of Southern Ontario. Mm-hmm. And so far it's been fairly successful, and we're looking to expand our community.
Yeah, no, it's great. They came down here, and we got to thank REVS Rose Bowl, Jeremy here. They're always great, always accommodating, supporting. The tournaments, leagues, youth bowlers, all that. He does a great job at doing all that. And hopefully, the success of this tournament, carries over into next year, and hopefully you guys come back and build it up even bigger and better.
Oh, I'm almost certain we'll be back again to build on what we've started here, and yeah, we're looking forward to it. And we're not even done today yet. I'm
Yeah.
sure there's more excitement to come.
Yeah, no, it's great. I appreciate you coming on here. So, is there anything else you would like to say, or anyone else you'd like to thank? Give a shout out to anybody else, or?
No, I mean, just as we come up with the video here, just maybe we should mention a few of the local bowlers that we've got going. Chris Hallman, about ready to deliver on 33 here. Let's see what he's got. Nice young kid, comes out to practice, builds his game, gets stronger every day. Yeah, crossed over, left a 6-pin.
Yeah, and then it's at Nolan Gillinas Wells. He's another local bowler as well.
Yeah, fine young lad. He's got a bright future ahead of him. Certainly starting to expand his knowledge, and he'll just be building up on that. Let's see if we can get the lost a little right.
Yeah, we'll flip over, see who else we got on this.
Kaylee Mayer is going to be up on 37. She's a Niagara area, Hamilton area bowler. Been bowling YBTs for a number of years now.
Yeah, and that's the thing too is, you know, these bowlers all ages, the way that you've had the format is that it doesn't discourage anybody. You know, it's not a single, it's not one group. It's 3 groups. Everyone's average can fit in somewhere.
Yeah, absolutely. We treat all groups the same, so they win the same scholarship money. But the idea is that they learn and they get better, and that they move up from one division to the next. Kind of A division is the goal, because that's where we get to challenge for spots on the Southern Ontario. There's a Southern Ontario team bowler, Zoe McKeston, a couple of years ago, and they get to bowl on teams like that before they maybe try and make Youth Team Canada.
Yeah, and I mean, basically youth now, you're up to 21 years old, and you know, we see that. Let's flip over down to this last one here. So another local, Luke Gates. I know the last 2 years or so he's been coming up and bowling the tournaments here, so nice to have one here in his own backyard.
Yeah, a little less travel for Luke this weekend, so I'm sure he's pretty happy about that. And yeah, he's had nice success up in some of the YBTs, and another good lad that has a nice bright future ahead of him.
Yeah, unfortunately got stuck on the pair with Zach Kazmarski, another local. You know, they're bowl together. They're, you know, friends, and when you're fighting for low man out.
That's right. It's a war of attrition.
Yeah, but I mean, that's how bowling works. You just got to put that aside. Once you're on the lanes, it's all out the window.
No, every man for himself, absolutely. Every man, woman, or child for themselves, I suppose. Yeah. Logan Sitaro, shot there. Nice kid.
Yeah, shout out to him, because I know game 1 he did not bowl well.
Yeah, he struggled out of the gate.
Yeah, he shot 114 and then went 222, 220. I don't know what his last game was, but it was good enough to jump into the cut. So special little shout out to him for doing that century game where you jump up to 100 pins.
Yeah, that's the way to do it. You don't want to do it the other way.
No, make yourself into the cut. So
yeah,
so that's great. So as we're wrapping up here, so low man will be out. I have a couple pairs that we can't see. Can't really see 47 and 8 and that. But once we get down, maybe next game I'll tilt the camera over there and try and cover those bowlers and see. But thanks for everybody for tuning in. So I want to thank you again for coming on the stream. I'm going to let you go. I'm sure you got some things to catch up on and numbers to write down and run and do all that. But thanks for your hard work. Thanks for your team for all the hard work, because I know you've got a team of men and women behind you working the scores. And
we've got a half a dozen folks who volunteer their time every tournament, and we're thankful for them all.
Yep.
But thank you very much. I was happy to come on, and look forward to watching some more exciting bowling the rest of the day.
Perfect. So we're going to take a little break here. We're going to flip camera views, and we'll be back with some score updates and who's moving on and who's not. We'll be back shortly. Okay, so going to try and move a couple of these camera angles around. So this is right in front of us. We didn't get to see too much of them. That was Emily Eggett. So looks like currently she might be low out of that group. We'll try and get you some updates. It's a little difficult, like I said, when I'm basically don't have one pair per group that we're watching, we're able to get on camera. It's just not possible with the way this alley's set up. I can't put the cameras further back just because then it's in the concourse. People be walking into them, and I don't want anyone knocking them over. Nice shot there from Luke Deloria. Luke, not a high rev bowler, accurate. He plays up the boards. Great shot from him. Oops. Okay, so it looks like the first group. And what group number is this? This is Group B. So it looks like the first out of there. It looks like, unfortunately, Caleb Eggett is going to be out of that group of 3. Flip down here. Yeah, see, they're already done down there. Come back here while they're still bowling. Some of the others, they've actually already started their second round. Okay, so comment on there, Rayner and Team Canada won gold in Guatemala, not Peru. So yes, Guatemala. For some reason I thought it was Peru. Might have been the one of the adult teams went to Peru, or the senior team. Okay, so it looks like Ben Bondi, Luke Delory will be advancing. Okay. Oh, just clearing some dead wood down there. Here, I'm going to turn this. Okay, so this is going to be advancer round number 2. I'm gonna go and turn one of the cameras the other way so we can catch maybe a little bit of 47 and 48. I'll be back. So I moved this angle a little bit to try and catch a little bit of 47-48. I apologize, we didn't get them on at all last game there. So I'm not sure who's still in on this one. So we've got Logan Sitaro. I'm not sure who he's bowling here. I do see Reiner Reyes down there on 47 and 8, just stepping up, so he's still in. Also a little shout out to Mike Snow for changing our score projectors there to show all 10 frames larger so you can read it better on the screen. Not possible when you have 5 bowlers though. Let's see if Reiner can pick up this 5-10. He went a little bit high, went Brooklyn. If you want to leave a split, the first frame is probably the one to do it. Nope, does not get the bounce. So it looks like Reiner Reyes and Ben Ashman. And Logan Sitaro and Zachary Purpura. Purpura, yes. And we'll watch Zachary throw this shot and then we'll come back. Oh, then. Okay, let's come back here. So we've got Arena Chin Halas. Not sure who she is bowling. That's Nolan Jelinas Wells on 34. It's a little tough to follow in these groups here when you got so many going on at one time. I'm doing my best here. Is that Aaron Bizier? Bizier? So we still have, that was Zoe Merkeston. That just finished on 39. These boys and girls are bowling pretty quick. down off camera, it looks like we've got Damon Stanfield versus Luke Gates as well. So this pair down here, they're a little bit behind. Behind the rest, so we're gonna come back to them. We'll watch Logan and Ben shoot their 7 and 10 pins here. Let's pick up from Ben. Just move this camera over here a little bit. So this match we've got between Ben Bondi and Luke Delorier. Ben Bondi, I believe, is a Chatham Bowlerama bowler. Luke Delorier, local Windsor bowler. Oh, Ben misses the 4-pin. That's a tight match. Going to have to reset there. I'm not sure what happened there. Respot the 7-pin on 36. He's going to have to reset that. Let's flip back over here while that's resetting. Back here, we'll see a loop throw, and then we'll head back down to the high end. So this is going to be a match to watch, two locals, if you will. Nice shot from him. Yeah, okay, just talking with Chris there. So they're going to do a little, before the step ladder starts, going to do a little introduction of the players that do make it. Looks like she bowled on the wrong lane. Okay, come back here. So yeah, they're still 3 frames behind everybody else on this pair. I'm going to try and see. I can't see what Luke Gates' score is. We'll switch over, watch. So Logan needed that strike. That's good for him. Watch Reiner throw here. Didn't like that one. Went Brooklyn, still carries it. We'll come back to them in a minute because they're a few frames behind. We want to see these ones finish off. And that's not good. It looked like... So Luke Delorier versus Ben Bondi. Looks like Ben split and opened and just slipped off Luke's hand, and he just threw a gutter on a strike. So that match is back close. We'll switch over to them in a second. There was one or two pairs I couldn't get a camera on. I apologize if you're looking for those bowlers. Okay, so Nolan Jelinas Wells will not be moving on to the step ladder. Still a good day for him. All right, let's come back here. It's a little bit difficult trying to see everything that's going on. So with both of them opening on this game, it made it a 1-pin match. 162 to 163. Okay, so Arena has opened twice. 141, so depending on this, I believe that's Aaron. Yeah, go up on the right lane, Aaron. You need to strike here. A little bit high. Okay, so that's going to put the advantage in Ben Bondi's court over Luke Delorier. So things have slowed down a little bit. Most of the matches are done. Ben got that one out a little bit. Come back here. Okay, so it looks like Aaron did throw the first one. So he's down 10 pins. So he has to throw all 3 strikes here in the 10th frame, I think, to put the pressure on Arena. She's off to the side there, looking up, probably doing the math. Got that one out a little bit and it just hung. Another couple close matches here between Reiner and Ben. Looks like Logan got her spare. Okay, so Aaron did not strike there, so he's, pardon me, 151, so Arena's gonna need a mark to advance. Now come back here, so Luc Delorier needs the first two. Hook, 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 hook. And does not, so Ben Bondi will advance. Okay, so that puts her at 150. She's going to need this spare to advance to the finals. Here, we'll come back here in a second. Watch these throw down here. Yeah, looks like I just missed it. She did pick up the spare. So she just has to hit one pin here, and Arena Chinhalas will be moving on to the stepladder final. So Ben Bondi moved on. And that's looking good. Good finish, so she will be moving on to the finals. I'm just going to step away for 1 second. Okay, just had to adjust the camera there for the finals. Okay, so looks like Ben Ashman 164. That's going to be a close match with Reiner. And we had, is it Logan had 180. .68, so it looks like Zachary Purpura is just going to have to hit some pins here for 3 pins. And that will be good for him to move on. To 180. And Reiner Reyes has defeated Ben Ashman. So as soon as they're done here, we're going to have a couple minute break. I got to move a camera. And then we will be starting the stepladder finals soon. We'll have a camera on each one. I'll be rotating through them, giving you updates. Scores are nice and big, you can see, but excited here to bring you the stepladder finals of the first YBT here live at REVS Rose Bowl in Windsor, Ontario. So stay tuned. We'll be back in a minute.
All right, YBT bowlers, we have finished our first bit of match play, and it is time to make the stepladder announcements. Beginning in the A division. A little bit different this time, guys. What I'm going to ask you is, for all of the bowlers bowling in the stepladder division, if you could go to your assigned lanes, numbers, seats 3, 2, and 1, and then we're just going to make an introduction of each one of you on the live stream. So a little bit different this time. So in the A division, on lane 41 and 42, first match is Zachary Papura against Reiner Reyes, and the winner moves on to face Damon Stanfield.
Zachary.
In the B division, our first match will be Ben Bondi versus Matthew Woodlock, and the winner goes on to face Arena Chinhalis in the B division. And finally in the C division, Matthew Bartlett will bowl against Zoe Merkeston, with the winner of that facing Yvonne Morin, and that will be on lanes 33 and 34. So we can ask all three bowlers to go down to each of their pairs now, and we will make some introductions for you then. For the bowlers of the first match, you're going to get 2 practice balls on each lane, and then a tournament official will be there to get you started. After we've done the introductions, the bowlers waiting for their final match can use 47 and 48 as the practice pair. All right, good luck.
It's healthy.
those guys do it. You introduced them, they came down and I had them out there, we shook hands.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. So we don't need to do it?
We're done.
That for all?
No, we just don't leave it for that one because we're still waiting for Rena to go over here. And,
Yeah.
yeah.
I say we just start.
Yeah, we just. All right, so 2 practice shots each time.
And the practice pair is 47, 48.
Okay, so we're about to start the step ladder here. They're going to get 2 balls on each lane, I believe, of practice before we start. So we've got 3 cameras here. This is the one right in front of me here. Got over here. So this will be the number 3 seed versus the 2 seed in each division. And then another view here. So we're going to have Reiner Reyes versus Zachary Perpura. We're going to have Ben Bondi versus Matthew Woodlock. And we're going to have Zoe Merkeston. And I'm not sure who her opponent is. So if you are just tuning in, we're live here at REVS Rose Bowl, Windsor, Ontario, Canada for the YBT Youth Bowling Tour. Stop number 3 of their season. And we're about to start the step ladder finals. So we've got 3 divisions, 3 groups with a step ladder in each of them. So we've got 3 cameras. We're going to be bouncing around them quite a bit to try and catch most of the action on each one. So they are just throwing a couple warm-up shots right now. And I'll be back in a minute once they start.
He has to unpause them all.
Oh, okay, so we're going to wait for
You
the
guys deciding who's going to go first?
Oh, yeah. After you qualify higher, you get to choose whether you finish first or finish last. Finish first.
Okay, I just had to confirm some names on there. So we're going to have Reiner Reyes versus Zachary Perpura here, and then they are, whoever wins that is going to meet Damon Stanfield. In Group B, we're going to have Ben Bondi versus Matthew Woodlock, and the winner of that will face Arena Chinhalas. In Group C, we've got Ivan Morin versus Noe Merkeston, and the winner of that will meet Matthew Bartlett for the finals. So stay tuned. This is the 3 versus 2 in each of the 3 divisions. So we're going to see who's going to start first. And of course, you got those scores nice and big for you, so we'll be able to follow what's going on. And then our number 1 bowlers, they're down on 47 and 48. All right, looks like Ben Bondi here is going to start it off within Division B. A little bit high, Brooklyn. So I will be flipping back and forth between all three groups here. So you won't be able to see every single shot, but I'm going to bounce it around probably more than some people would like, just so we can catch all the action here. Yes, Damon Stanfield did make it through. He is the #1 seed in his division. All right, let's come back. We'll watch Reiner throw his first ball. Okay, Zoe missed that baby split. We got Reiner throwing his first ball. So this is Division A, Reiner Reyes. A little bit high, trips the 6-pin. Watching him a little bit earlier, his miss has been going high earlier. So we'll see. So yeah, Zoe did miss that 310. That looks better. Nice shot from Zoe. So yeah, we will be switching these cameras around a lot to catch the as many as we can. Oh, good break there. So that was Ivan Morin versus Zoe Merkeston on that group. And what's not on camera here when I'm not switching, I'll try and update you guys. So Reiner did go through the head pin again, went high, left the 3-9. Ben Bondi left a solid 9-pin. Watch, see if Reiner converts this. Then I'll go back to Ben Bondi. Watch his first shot. Oh, picks it off. A little bit high, got a break there, tripping out the 7-pin off the 610. Watch Zach here. I don't know if he goes by Zach or Zachary. Left-hander throwing purple hammer. A little bit light, 3 pins. You know, and this is fantastic experience for these youth bowlers getting through this format. Having advance around and then getting the little bit of pressure of a step ladder final. Still lots of people here watching, friends and family. Some did take off, understandable. They got a long drive home. Still lots of people sitting here supporting. Zoe had a spare. Strike from Zach. We'll come back to this little one. Matthew Woodlock, lane 37. Another one throwing purple hammer. Yeah, looks like Reiner's struggling a little bit. He's got to get it out just a little bit, and that's been his miss, is pulling it in. Yeah, so A division is Reiner Reyes, Zachary Pupura, and Damon Stanfield. So the winner of that match will meet Damon in the finals. So Reiner did pick up that spare. A little bit of a light hit, 4-5. It's going to be a tough spare. He's got his spare ball ready to go. Can he slide it? No. Looks like Reiner had a strike. Ben Bondi came up a little bit light again, 2-8. We'll stay here, watch Zoe throw. As you see her in their Southern Ontario jersey. Lots of opportunity for youth. Oh, 7 pins. Little light mixer for Zach. Brooklyn for Matt. Matthew. Just trying to see who's going to throw first here. So open for Zachary. It's going to be tough. Some of these bowlers, you don't want to give them that opening. But it looks like Reiner did have an open there. He did chop. Oh yeah, that's right. He had the 3 off the 9. Corner, you just saw Ben Bondi strike. We'll get Reiner's shot here, and then we'll come back to B group. Oh, almost 5-7, lucky to get the 5 out. Come back here, I believe it's Matthew Bartlett. Yes, that's Matthew Bartlett. I was saying Ivan Morin earlier. My apologies. The sheets were not in the correct order. So Reiner picked up his 10 pin. Ben missed a spare as well. If you're just tuning in, the way it worked, they started with 72 or 73 bowlers. They split it into groups of, I believe, 24, 23, 23, based off averages, cut to the top 9 in each group. There's a better shot for Reiner. And then after the top 9, they split it into 3 groups in each of the 3 groups. And these are the top step ladder finals. A little bit confusing, but hold, go Brooklyn. It's like an A group. Zach Perpura just light mixer to strike down there. So that game's going to be close between him and Reiner. And a little high through the nose. Oh, and 4-6-7 for Zachary Pupura down on 41. You saw on just out of the corner of the screen. So things are starting to get interesting here. Ben Bondi's still in the lead. Come back over here. So Matthew Bartlett currently in the lead over Zoe Merkeston. Let's come over here. Looks like a ball change. Was throwing a purple hammer. See if Reiner can. Double will be big for him here. Yeah, he pulled it in a little bit. No, maybe not. Looks good in 10 pins. Just off his hand, I thought it was a little bit in, but it wasn't. Tough from the angle here. So this is the 3 position versus 2. We got 3 groups. There's a good shot. He misses the 10 pin. So that is going to make things interesting. 4-pin match there between Reiner and Zachary. Coming back over here. Zoe she struggled the last half of the game. Unfortunately, that will end her day. Still a great 3rd place. Great bowling today for Zoe Merkeston. So that's going to be Matthew Bartlett moving on. Ben Bondi will be moving on. So coming over here, we're going to take a quick look. This match is going to be close. This is Group A. Reiner picks up the spare. It's only a 4-pin match between him and Zachary Purpura. If you are in the chat, let me know who you're rooting for. If you're rooting for somebody that's left. Watch Ben's last shot. Finishes off with a strike. So we're going to see Ivan Morin versus Matthew Bartlett. We're going to see Ben Bondi versus Arena Chinhalas. And this is our last match currently on the table. So Zachary Purpura versus Reiner Reyes. Zachary needed that strike there to put the pressure on. See if he can double up here in the 9th. little bit light, mixes around, kicks over the 410. Sorry, 610. So this is going to put the pressure on Reiner. Current member of Youth Team Canada. I'm sure this little bit of pressure does not faze him at all. Got that one out and it did not recover. So just doing some practice shots over here for Group C and Group B. Getting ready to go. Reiner picks up the spare. Good shot from him there. He's going to need all three in the 10th here to put the pressure on Zachary. Okay, looks like Group C match has already started. Oh, got lucky on that one. A little stuck in the approach. Goes Brooklyn, still carries it. See, last shot here. See if he can put 10 back and put the pressure on Zachary. Goes Brooklyn again, 8, so he's going to be 182. All right, let's come back down here for a second. So this is Ivan Morin on his second frame. Good for Zach. Oh, gets the 7-pin out. So that is going to end the day for Reiner Reyes. So we're going to see Zachary Purpura versus Damon Stanfield. So we got Ivan Morin versus Matthew Bartlett, Ben Bondi versus Arena Chinhalas, Zachary Purpura versus Damon Stanfield. So this is going to be our finals match. Out of the corner, you saw that Ben Bondi just went a little bit high, tripped out the 4-pin. Arena threw her first frame strike. Let's see her on her second. Nice shot, almost 7-10. She picks up that 10 pin. He's got Damon Stanfield. He's on 41-42, just throwing some warm-up balls. He gets 2 balls on each lane before the match starts. Once that starts, we'll bring that to you. (4-6) for Arena. Like I said, we're going to be moving camera angles around a lot here just to catch as much as we can. So Ivan's been getting it out there. It's not coming back. He's going to have to tighten that line up a little bit and get in that pocket. Oh, and then that one hooked. That can be a problem on these shorter patterns. I mean, it's 39 feet, not super short, but where the outside becomes out of play. And then you move in a little bit and then you get that hook. And I think that's what happened to him there, and he pulled it a little bit. Completely missed the head pin and the 2 pin for the open. Ben Bondi went Brooklyn. Readjusts into the pocket for the spare. Let's see if Ben throws a better shot here. Looks good. And 10 pins. So looks like this is the start of Division A finals. Zachary Pipira looks lined up, throwing that purple hammer, left-hander. Just down and in. He's facing Damon Stanfield. Trying to keep at least someone throwing the ball on every shot here. All right, let's come back to Damon for his first ball of the game. Got it out. His posture didn't look too good on that, but ends up in the pocket. Good spare for Arena, throwing a spare ball, plastic ball, straight at it. And Damon just doubled up. Good pickup there. So let's come back here. Got Ivan Morin. Looks like a ball change. So Matthew Bartlett is currently leading that match. Nice shot from Ben. I didn't see that shot. if that was a solid 9-pin or not. Nice shot from Marina. She's got a solid game, throws it well. Nice repeatable form. Playing up the boards. A lot of the time on challenge patterns that some of the women, some of the girls do better with a lower rev rate up the boards than the men do trying to throw it two-handed. A little bit high for Damon. So Matthew Bartlett is still in control of this as he opens there, but until then he's been making his spares and keeping clean, and that's gonna be key here. See if Ivan Morin can get a strike and get back in this. A little bit high. Oh, almost 5'10".